Hey guys, tonight we are slipping quietly into the very first hour of a particularly sticky summer in ancient Thebes, where the air feels like someone forgot to turn off the world's biggest sauna. You're standing just outside Karnak Temple, your new palm leaf fan already wilting in the dawn glare, and trust me, if you thought your last office job had bad ventilation, you might not survive 5 minutes here without a breeze. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is. I love seeing the whole map of sleepy-eyed history buffs light up. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You shuffle forward, sandals smacking the flagstones with a sticky sigh. The eastern horizon glows apricot, and the white limestone pylons of Karnak drink in that color like thirsty stone giants. Above, ibises circle lazily, already gossiping about the heat index. Somewhere deep in the courtyard, priests chant to Amun-Ra, though you can barely distinguish their low drone from the buzzing locusts that have declared themselves unofficial backing vocalists. With every sluggish heartbeat, you raise the fan. Lift, swoosh, repeat, trying to look professional, even though your arm feels like a boiled noodle after 24 strokes. Your client this season is a woman no one quite knows how to categorize yet. Hatshepsut, daughter of Thutmose I, technically great royal wife to her half-brother Thutmose II, and, as of this morning, a regent for the toddler Thutmose III. Rumor has it she may soon claim the double crown herself, but right now she's just the lady in white linen, standing beside the colossal papyrus bud columns, pretending not to notice the sweat snaking down her temples. You hover a careful 2 steps behind, creating a small oasis of moving air, equal parts dutiful servant and human ceiling fan, while attempting to ignore the sideways glances of male courtiers who suspect the dynasty's balance of power is tilting with every flutter. The sun breaches the horizon, slinging molten gold across the courtyard. Instantly, the flagstones begin to radiate like griddle plates, filling the cloisters with that dry oven smell tourists in later centuries will call quintessential Egypt. The palace steward calls for more water jars. Scribes scurry with reed pens, and you keep flapping, pretending you were born for this exact rhythm. There's a joke among seasoned servants that Nile crocodiles do fewer push-ups than a summer fan bearer. It's funny the first hour. By noon, it feels more like a grim prophecy. Still, there's something undeniably hypnotic about those first minutes. Through the rippling heat, you notice columns painted with deep ultramarine and crushed malachite green, pigments so expensive they make today's luxury makeup counters look downright thrifty. Your wrist begins to cramp, and you recall what one elder attendant whispered at breakfast: a spritz of fish oil ointment keeps the joints loose. Supposedly, it also keeps flies away. Judging by the cloud of black specks orbiting your colleague, the verdict is still out. Historians still debate whether that remedy was medical genius or just an elaborate prank on new staff. A trumpet blast, a long brassy yawp, echoes through the precinct. Hatshepsut turns, profile catching the light, and for a moment You see it, ambition sharpened to a knife edge behind her calm gaze. She steps onto a newly polished alabaster dais to address a knot of priests, her voice low but firm enough to outmuscle the cicadas. You follow, fan aloft, generating a swirl that lifts a strand of her braided hair. The scent of lotus oil drifts back, sweet and cool, like nighttime garden paths. Somewhere in the columns, a court official mutters that the regent should know her place, but nobody volunteers to repeat it any louder. Between gusts, you catch snippets of conversation, something about reinforcing the colonnade, something about a colossal obelisk twice the height of a palm grove. Apparently, Hatshepsut wants to carve her legacy in giant pink granite before the official coronation paperwork even dries. One scribe complains his ink cakes keep melting in the heat. Another jokes they should switch to sun-baked clay tablets. At least those don't smear. You nearly laugh aloud, but remember that chuckling servants draw attention, and attention draws extra duties, like stirring incense braziers or scrubbing pigeon splat from the sacred bark shrine. Time stretches like taffy. Sweat trickles down your spine, tickling as it traces the edge of your linen kilt. Every so often, you swap the fan to your other hand, an act of subtle rebellion older than the pyramids, and wiggle your fingers to keep circulation flowing. A noblewoman you don't recognize glides past, trailing a retinue of cosmetic attendants who dab her cheeks with natron powder. She casts a smirking glance your way, as if to say, I have shade and makeup. You have humidity and tendinitis. You respond with your best professional half-smile, then quickly focus on delivering a more enthusiastic swirl of air around the queen's shoulders. Yet amid the discomfort, Tiny Wonder's surface, a scarab, its shell a shimmering emerald, lands on a sun-hot pylon and skitters across as if the stone were ice. A flute player in the courtyard hits a note so pure it seems to slice straight through the dense morning glaze. And even the pigeons pause mid-coo, and there, tucked into a niche, you spot a small alabaster jar labeled Kenmet, a scented salve prized for calming sunburn. Later, you plan to borrow just a dab for the inevitable scorching of your own nose. After all, you'll need every advantage to keep fanning when the afternoon rays turn Karnak into a slow-roasting kiln. Another little-known truth drifts through your mind, one shared by veteran fan-bearers at last night's orientation feast. The ostrich feather model you wield is more than ceremonial decor. Its design creates micro-eddies that lift perspiration off royal skin faster than a simple palm frond could ever manage. Centuries from now, aerodynamicists will reinvent this trick with airplane wings, completely unaware that you perfected the technique while trying not to pass out next to a teenage regent-turned-queen. At last, Hatshepsut finishes her consultation with the priests. She steps down, robes whispering against the flagstones, and glances over her shoulder. A small nod that somehow says both, well done, and do keep up. You fall in behind her, maintaining the perfect distance. Close, enough for refreshing gusts, far enough to avoid stepping on her trailing hem. The courtiers part like reeds before a bark, some bowing deeply, others murmuring cautious greetings tinged with skepticism. You almost expect someone to warn you that a mere servant shouldn't look directly at a pharaoh in waiting. But no reprimand comes. Instead, there's only the rhythmic slosh of water jars, the creak of cedar doors, and the distant thud of mallets on granite, the heartbeat of a kingdom resetting itself at sunrise. As the procession winds deeper into the temple complex, you sense the day's true furnace still ahead. Somewhere beyond the pylons, workmen are hauling 50-ton blocks, scribes are tallying bread rations, and apprentices are grinding lapis lazuli for new wall friezes. Your task seems laughably simple. Keep a breeze on one remarkable woman's brow. Yet the longer you wave that fan, the more you realize you're gently nudging history forward with each sweep, turning stifling silence into an audible rustle, a whisper that says rulers can change, worlds can shift, and sometimes a cool draft in the right moment makes all the difference. And so you breathe, lift, swoosh. Again, dawn's apricot glow ripens into a fierce citrus blaze overhead. Your wrist aches, your shoulders burn, but you keep going, committed to this strange choreography of air and ambition. Somewhere between the beads of sweat and the shimmer of rising heat, you catch yourself smiling, because in this sultry dawn at Karnak, you're not just a servant, you're the first ripple in a story that will stretch far beyond the summer and long, long beyond your next exhausted sigh. The drumbeat of mid-morning spills through Karnak like a pulse, and you feel it thrum up the haft of your ostrich feather fan as the entire court converges on the hypostyle hall. Overnight, the sun has climbed from toasty to lava lamp, and every limestone block now radiates back at you with the enthusiasm of a pizza oven on discount day. Yet, here you are, elbow tucked, wrist rotating, coaxing gusts of relief around Hatshepsut's shoulders, while the greatest power transfer in Egypt since old Khufu decided to stack rock's sky-high plays out beneath a forest of painted columns. She looks taller this morning, partly the jeweled platform sandals, partly the confidence that comes from knowing she's about to claim the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. The Neem's headdress gleams in stripes of indigo and gold, its folds crisp as a freshly ironed dress shirt, though no one within 5 centuries will invent irons. You try not to stare too long, because every sideways glance earns you a glare from Vizier Hapuseneb, who could sour fresh milk just by arching an eyebrow. Trumpets blare, making your ribs vibrate like papyrus reeds in a gust. You step precisely 2 paces left, giving the Queen Regent clearance as a carved ebony footstool is slid beneath her heels. One of the priests somehow manages to trip over a jar of perfumed oil. Slapstick may be timeless, but catches himself before dousing the dais. You're not sure what the punishment is for oiling a pharaoh, but it probably involves a career change to den cleaner for royal hunting cats. In that hush before proclamation, even the cicadas hold their breath. The chief lector lifts the red deshret crown in both hands. Across the hall, another priest raises the white hedjet. Together, they glitter like twin spoonfuls of sunrise. Hatshepsut closes her eyes, exhales, and you fan a little harder, as though steady air could steady nerve. Then, impact. The crowns meet, click, forming the Shent, symbol of united rule. A murmur ripples through assembled nobles, half awe, half, did we just rewrite protocol on a Wednesday? You catch the uneasy swallow of a general who'd bet his favorite chariot on a male successor. Popular retellings will one day trim this scene into a neat coronation montage. Confetti of lotus petals, harpists strumming in slow motion. But standing here, you notice stranger details. The temple's incense smoke twirls into corkscrews, forming momentary hieroglyphs that dissolve before you can read them. A fly tries to land on the new pharaoh's cheek, only to be batted aside by the breeze from your feathers. Small victories count, and somewhere near the back, a scribe scribbles so furiously that his reed nib snaps, leaving an ink blot the size of a scarab across the tablet. A clarion voice echoes, Hatshepsut, Matkare, chosen of Amun. The hall erupts, priests chant, conch shells boom, and dozens of official flabalifers, yes, professional fan-bearers exist, angle ostrich plumes outward in salute. You're just the apprentice, but your arm has already clocked more rotations than a gym rat's elliptical, so you fit right in. Nearby, a pair of musicians strike a triumphant chord, only to have the second string snap mid-strum. Someone mutters, even the instruments weren't ready for that. Joke number 1 of the morning. Check. With ceremony launched, you drift sideways to keep airflow constant. As you pivot, you glimpse Thutmose III. Still a child, eyes wide, mouth pinched. He's perched beside a nursemaid who whispers reassurance, but his gaze stays fixed on his stepmother, brow furrowing deeper than the Nile in flood season. Historians still debate whether this moment planted the seeds of later rivalry, or if it was simply stage fright in front of several hundred sweaty dignitaries. You, however, suspect both. Greatness and grudge, sprouting together like twin papyrus shoots in the same patch of silt. Now, the high priest of Amun advances with an anointing jar. He dabs aromatic balms along Hatshepsut's temples, myrrh, cinnamon, and surprisingly, a dash of rendered hippopotamus fat said to seal blessings for as long as the river flows north. You try not to imagine the procurement paperwork for hippo grease. Unusual fact of the day, those balms contain malachite dust, believed to ward off sunstroke, a cosmetic SPF, long before dermatologist influencers. Yet the mixture is so pungent that you notice courtiers discreetly scooting back, nostrils twitching. Joke number 2. Whoever invented royal perfume clearly skipped the user focus group. The queen, no, the pharaoh, raises her crook and flail, symbols of care and discipline. Light skitters off polished electrum tips, flashing in your eyes. 36 priests bow. 37 scribes record. You keep count only because numbers help distract from the lactic acid in your shoulder. A royal herald proclaims new epithets. Mistress of two lands, great in monuments, refreshener of heaven. That last one makes you twitch. Hey, who's really refreshing whom here? Still, you'll allow it. Processional music strikes up, and the court spills into the sun-baked courtyard. Marble tiles shimmer. A mirage of rippling water appears where none exists. You slip between guards, maintaining your breeze bubble. Every so often, a palace staffer offers you a gulp of barley beer. the ancient sports drink. Though its fizzy tang feels like swallowing bread dough in liquid form, you accept anyway. Hydration beats dignity. Nearby, Auntie Nebbit, an elderly noble, infamous for gossip, whispers that a female pharaoh curses the cosmic order. Another retorts, "So did Khufu's pyramid budget, and we survived that." Joke 3 floats into the hot air, earning an eye roll from a mathematically minded architect who's still crunching cost overruns. The parade halts at the sacred lake, where a gilded bark awaits. A lotus petal carpet unfurls. Petals stick to sweaty ankles like pink confetti. Children of courtiers dive after them, hoping to dry and sell them later as lucky coronation souvenirs. Future archaeologists will puzzle over petal-pressed amulets and wonder why the pollen is mixed with powdered gypsum. Today, you watch that microeconomy birth itself in real time. Down by the lake, Hatshepsut pauses, gazing into the mirrored surface. For a heartbeat, her reflection shows the traditional male regalia layered over her own face. Lines of painted kohl, guarding eyes that read, both determined and uncertain. She steps aboard the bark, and the deck creaks with a complaint older than monarchy. You fan harder. The newly combined crowns weigh heavy, trapping heat like a top-tier insulated coffee mug. A steward guides her to a shaded pavilion mid-ship, but protocol insists she appear unveiled. So shade is more theoretical than real. As oars dip, splashing half-moon swirls, an ibis lands on the prow, preening. Sailcloth snaps, catching a sliver of north breeze, and you silently wish Karnak had a corporate suggestion box so you could propose motorized fans, though ancient batteries are still a few millennia out. Meanwhile, a perfumer wanders by, hawking a new citron balm that claims to repel both flies and overzealous marriage proposals. You file that away. The staff quarters could use fewer insects and fewer awkward declarations. Somewhere behind you, a junior priest inhales the coronation incense and sneezes spectacularly, sending ash flurrying across the lake. Proof that even sacred rituals have slapstick bloopers. Over the roar of conches, you catch another tidbit. Rumor says the shent's inner lining is padded with raw silk imported from lands beyond the incense route. Historians still argue over whether that trading link existed this early or if the silk is actually finely combed, flax spritzed with beeswax for smoothness. Either way, it keeps the crown from chafing. An underrated detail when you're wearing national unity on your scalp during a heat wave. By the time the bark docks at Luxor's quay, the coronation procession has morphed into an impromptu street festival. Bakers fling free honey cakes. Children chase painted clay, spinning tops, and an enterprising potter hawks miniature shent crowns sized for household gods. Collect all too. You continue fanning, muscles numb now, motion reduced to habit. The pharaoh disembarks, steps onto the red ochre carpet, and people drop to their knees so quickly you swear you hear knees cracking like kindling. And somewhere in that low human sea, you realize your role has shifted. Yesterday, you stirred air for a regent. Today, you temper the climate around a king who happens to wear queenly skin. Every feather stroke becomes a small defiance of tradition, a breeze that says power doesn't sweat gender. The thought lifts your spine, steadies your fan. Ahead lies a summer of monuments, voyages, and whispered descent. But for now, you ride the moment's updraft, just another servant, yes, yet vital as breath itself, in a land where the sun never clocks out early. The bark crew strikes a final drum roll as temple gates yawn open, swallowing the procession into shadow. Cool relief washes over you for a heartbeat, and you savor it like the first sip of chilled pomegranate juice. Then, the columned corridor funnels the afternoon heat right back at you, and the fabric of your linen clings like wet papyrus. No matter. You lift, you swoosh, you carry on. In this newly minted rain, history may hinge on treaties and granite, but also on whether one persistent hand-fan servant can keep the monarch from melting into a royal puddle before sunset. The corridor exhales a musty sigh as you follow Hatshepsut toward the inner audience hall, your feather fan describing lazy figure eights that swirled dust motes like miniature galaxies. Thick pillars crowd both sides, painted with scenes of gods mid-high five. Osiris handing out afterlife VIP passes, Hathor pouring milk, the consistency of marshmallow fluff. Somewhere overhead, a pigeon coos in the spiritual key of C-. You keep waving, arm tingling, the air perfumed with equal parts temple incense and last night's leftover hippopotamus balm. Court life, you soon learn, is 30% ceremony and 70% small talk disguised as statecraft. Before the ink has dried on the coronation scrolls, gossip flutters through the stone vaults faster than any messenger. You drift in Hatshepsut's wake, an ambulatory breeze machine, while nobles cluster like bees around a lotus. Their whispers float to your ears. Little soap, bubbles of speculation. Did you hear? The god Amun himself fathered her, showed up in the royal bedchamber, wearing Thutmose's face. If that's true, someone snorts. The divine must have excellent taste in linen. You bite back a grin. Somewhere in the bureaucracy, a scribe is probably recording this myth as official policy. Historians still debate whether the whole divine birth inscription was sincere piety or just the Bronze Age version of filing creative paternity paperwork with HR. Either way, it's catching on faster than a cat video. The audience hall blooms before you, its roof held aloft by papyrus, bundle columns, 10 servants across. Torches sputter in scarab-shaped sconces, shedding a flickering glow that makes painted deities appear to wiggle, a visual effect you secretly dub ancient GIF. Courtiers line up along a tiled avenue, each trying to look simultaneously supportive and indispensable. You keep the air moving around the freshly crowned pharaoh, mindful that too much breeze might flip the ceremonial wiglets perched atop elaborate hairstyles. Imagine explaining to Lady Tace why her ostrich plume coiffure just performed a swan dive. Hatshepsut ascends a shallow dais, newly inlaid with lapis triangles, her footsteps tapping a rhythm as satisfying as a lo-fi beat. She settles onto a cedar chair carved with running lions, and you step to one side, feather tips rippling. Your arm has mellowed into that strange, numb yet burning state, familiar to anyone who's ever held a phone above their head, in bed at 3 a.m. Another modern comparison the priests would find bewildering. A herald slaps his staff twice, the universal symbol for bring on the compliments. First in line, Treasurer Nesi, rubbing his gold dust-oiled beard like a man polishing drachmae. He bows so low his kilt threatens to violate conservative dress code, then launches into a breathless tribute about tribute. My king, the granaries overflow, the mines of Sinai glimmer, and the taxes, oh, the taxes blossom like lotus in flood. Translation: we're rich enough to fund every temple cat's tuna habit for a decade. Behind him shuffle two sculptors, lugging a limestone stela the size of a door. Chisel marks bleed chalky crumbs onto the floor as they set it upright. The relief shows Amun, magnificent, muscular, maybe slightly airbrushed, approaching Hatshepsut's mother on a bed draped with pleated linen. The goddess Hathor hovers nearby, mid-wink, playing celestial matchmaker. One sculptor brags, "We captured the god's profile using the new pumice stone smoothing technique. No harsh lines." You note that even deities aren't safe from touch-ups. Joke number 1. The original Photoshop was a hammer and a generous sense of self-esteem. The depiction isn't just flattery, it's statecraft. If people believe a goddess co-signed the crown, objections about gender melt like beeswax on a windowsill. Yet, as Vizier Hapusaneb murmurs to a priest, divinity is persuasive, but repeat it often, and mortals start looking for footnotes. You pivot your fan, catching that remark and storing it for a future dinner table quip. Servants' gossip circles thrive on prime material. Midway down the line, Lady Iset, cousin to someone important adjacent, steps forward with an embroidered sash depicting twin cobras. She drops a theatrical curtsy so deep you fear she'll discover an oil slick from the dropped hippo bomb. Rising, she trills, "May the two lands bask in your shade, mighty one." Shade, a sly reference to your very profession. She knows which side of the breeze her coal is applied. Joke number 2 practically writes itself. You're the most popular climate control device before the invention of the slatted window. You notice another detail scholars rarely mention: the soundtrack of back-channel commentary. Every time Hatshepsut's gaze lingers on a speaker, courtiers behind her exhale. Relieved, they can straighten their shoulders and massage stiff necks. Keep the pharaoh happy, and perhaps she'll overlook your missing grain quotas. Keep the pharaoh cool, and perhaps she'll overlook your existence entirely. Servant's dream scenario. Between presentations, a scribe darts in to dab sweat from the monarch's brow with a cloth soaked in rosewater and, surprise, minced cucumber. Evidently, cucumbers double as spa treatment and mid-morning snack. Little known fact, Egyptians believed cucumber pulp could pull the sting of Sekhmet's fire from overheated skin, an early attempt at after-sun gel. You wonder if you should start carrying a vegetable platter alongside the fan. Conversation pivots again. Two generals argue whether Nubian archers can outshoot Canaanite mercenaries. At 30 paces, their voices rise, and you angle a breeze between them, hoping cooler heads truly do prevail when cooler air arrives. One general catches your eye and mutters thanks. Joke number 3 slides into place. You may not command battalions, but to command the wind, eat your heart out, Poseidon, all the while, whispers about the divine birth swirl like gnats. Some claim the entire tale will be etched on temple walls, complete with nightly illumination by tallow lamps so pilgrims can read it after curfew. Others insist Amun appeared in a dream, leaving behind a feather, authentic proof, conveniently lost during renovations. You find it charming and a bit absurd, like those modern interviews where celebrities credit their success to manifesting, yet beneath the chatter lies tension. Thutmose III's tutors hover near the back, trading frowns. One clutches a scroll of regnal precedence, as though the right footnote might reverse a coronation. You glimpse the boy king himself, pacing a shadowed alcove, toy spear tapping the floor. He's practicing lunges, though you doubt any footwork can slice through paperwork signed by Amun. The session drags toward noon. Heat presses down, thick as date syrup. You shift stance, letting your aching shoulder rest while the opposite arm takes over. Remnants of the melon seed sunscreen sailors swore by have dried into a sugary glaze on your skin. It does smell pleasant, like a farmer's market caught on fire, but you make a mental note to try something less sticky tomorrow. Maybe that rumored fish poop formula Cleopatra will swear by centuries later. Product testing starts early in this job. A lull settles. Hatshepsut signals a pause. With a subtle flick of her flail, power distilled into the tiniest wrist twitch. Servants wheel in hammered copper basins, filled with cool water, scented by mint leaves. Steam ghosts upward. The pharaoh dips her fingertips, sighs, and you drop your fan angle, stirring that minty vapor so it beads instant dew on her forearms. Somewhere to the side, a court physician records pulse and respiration, probably to brag at the next medical symposium. Case study: cardiovascular benefits of strategic fanning. Finally, Hatshepsut rises. Let it be written, she declares, that my reign begins under the blessing of Amun and the clear eyes of Ma'at. Her voice is steady, yet you catch the faintest tremor, like bronze humming after a gong strike. The hall answers with a unanimous bow, a choreography of linen and gold. You remain upright, protocol for personal attendance, continuing the rhythm that has become extension of your heartbeat. Lift, arc, ripple of air. As the congregation disperses for an afternoon siesta, even empire builders require nap time. Vizier Hapusaneb sidles over. He studies your fan with a look equal parts suspicion and admiration, then murmurs, "Keep her cool, and you may outlast half the marble in these halls." A compliment and a warning bundled in papyrus. You nod, offer a measured, "Yes, my lord," and resume your shadow dancing post behind the departing pharaoh. Outside, the courtyard shimmers like a stovetop. Somewhere, a scribe curses at a melted ink cake, and a baker fans bread loaves with a palm frond in comedic imitation of you. Flattery, parody, or both. Meanwhile, rumors scuttle into every nook about the divine birth, about a possible expedition to Punt, about whether the crown's inner padding really is imported silk or just extra fluffy flax. The only certainty is the breeze you offer, a thin, invisible ribbon tying myth ambition, and mortal sweat together into one livable moment. You step beneath a colonnade, grateful for slivers of shade, and keep fanning. Your shoulders protest, but your mind buzzes with wonder. In the hush between heartbeats, you realize you're not merely cooling a ruler, you're wafting stories into being, giving gossip wings, lifting history off the ground, so it can glide from ear to ear, century to century. And so the feathers sweep on, soft, steady, utterly relentless. Through the hottest summer Egypt has dared to remember. By the time the second moon of summer slinks behind pink dawn, you are already ankle-deep in granite dust, marching beside Hatshepsut toward the quarry staging ground behind Karnak. The air tastes chalky, as though someone has sprinkled powdered pottery over the sunrise, and each breath scratches your throat with the delicacy of sandpaper. You raise the ostrich feather fan one more weary inch, coaxing a little wind through particles that glow peach gold in the slanted light. If yesterday was about coronation pomp, today is about brute force legacy. An obelisk so tall, the gods will need to crane their immortal necks just to read the dedication. The scene resembles an ant colony gifted a construction budget. Hundreds of men haul ropes thicker than tree trunks, chanting in syncopation with drum beats that thud through the ground like a second heartbeat. 24 foremen wave red-dyed flags, signaling when to heave and when to hold. Farther back, masons clamber over scaffolding that rises like a skeletal shipmast, chipping stray ridges off the great granite shaft. Your job, of course, is to hover at royal elbow distance, keeping the breeze steady so the pharaoh can oversee her architectural mic drop without turning into a sweat-glazed statuette. She steps forward, boots crunching in the dust, and studies the obelisk's glossy sides, even half buried in a ramp of compacted earth. The stone towers over everyone, its point still sheathed in a wooden cap to protect the not yet gilded tip. One priest murmurs that the cap reminds him of a cone of honey cake. Another grumbles that the gods won't take such levity kindly. Joke number 1. If the gods wanted us humorless, they wouldn't have invented baboons. You think, recalling how temple baboons routinely moon the high altar at dawn. A master painter approaches, cradling a bowl of thick crimson pigment. He dips a goat hair brush and swirls a sample stroke across a limestone test slab. The color blazes like sunset over quarried cliffs. He beams. We achieve this hue, he explains, by crushing thousands of beetles and mixing the powder with gum arabic. You blink. It turns out those shiny little shells are worth more than lapis when pulverized just so. Proof that even bugs can land six-figure contracts in royal decor. Unusual fact of the day. The particular beetle of choice thrives in desert acacia groves and migrates by the millions during peak heat, making it the only creature in Egypt happy about climate change. Hatshepsut nods approval while you waft dust away from her elaborate side braids. The new pigment is destined for the obelisk's hieroglyphic inlays, ensuring the inscription shouts across centuries, even after the granite weathers. She murmurs, half to herself, stone may last forever, but color sings. You almost answer, but servants are to be seen fanning and not heard philosophizing. Still, You mentally bookmark her line for the break room gossip circle. Poetry plays well with the kitchen staff after their third mug of barley beer. Workers lay logs under the shaft, readying the colossal tilt. Today or tomorrow? The chief engineer asks. The pharaoh raises an eyebrow. The engineer visibly recalculates risk versus reputation and decides on tomorrow, granting the crew one more day to reinforce the earth ramp. Historians still debate precisely how ancient Egyptians tilted 40-ton obelisks upright without hydraulics or cranes. Some swear by sand pit drop methods, others argue for nested lever frames. But watching the operation in real time, you suspect the real secret ingredient is panic, seasoned with collective prayer. While final measurements are taken, a scribe scuttles forward bearing a fresh papyrus scroll. Each column lists offerings promised to Amun in exchange for construction success, incense loads, bread loaves, and amusingly, the first 10 jars of that beetle crimson paint. You imagine the god receiving art supplies like a celestial craft. Influencer, joke number 2 whispers through your mind, coming soon. Amun's unboxing video, complete with coupon code for divine blessings. Mid-morning heat pours over the compound, turning fine granite grit into a shimmering halo around everyone's shins. You adjust stance, distributing weight to ease calf cramps, and continue sweeping the fan in broad, slow arcs. The breeze lifts, stray dust from Hatshepsut's linen, revealing faint chalk fingerprints left by a sculptor who had steadied her elbow earlier. She notices, smirks, and casually wipes them on your own kilt. Regal privilege at its cheekiest, you consider retaliating by aiming a playful gust that flips her wig ribbon, but visions of exile to a scorpion-infested lighthouse persuade restraint. To distract yourself from throbbing shoulders, you eavesdrop on 2 architects debating the obelisk's final height. One predicts it will stand 100 cubits, the other swears by 97, any taller, and the capstone will pierce Nut's belly, the shorter man says, referencing the sky goddess. The taller retorts, then Nut can learn to duck. Joke number 3 logged. You stifle a snort, mindful your snickers could jostle, airflow, and ruin the queen's composed silhouette. Noon sneaks in on sunbeams hotter than a baker's kiln. Runners deliver pitchers of cool beer, and someone passes around figs stuffed with honey and crushed mint. You risk a quick bite, discovering the mint scours dust off your tongue with startling intensity. Nearby, Hatshepsut converses with a visiting Nubian envoy, discussing granite imports and river security. She speaks fluidly, part diplomat, part drill sergeant, never missing a beat, even as perspiration beads at her temples. You catch each droplet with a precautionary breeze, imagining you're the invisible moat protecting her calm. A hush ripples outward. Vizier Hapuseneb unfolds a small, lapis-lined case, revealing a miniature gold model of the obelisk. He kneels, presenting it to the pharaoh as both progress report and pledge. She lifts it, weighing promise against possibility. Tiny hieroglyphs already gleam along its sides, proclaiming her titles. To set truth upon the pillar of heaven, she recites, voice smooth as river clay. You realize A generation of children will grow up memorizing that vow, reciting it the way modern kids quote viral catchphrases. Dust devils swirl across the ramp as afternoon winds finally stir, adding their own unruly breeze to your controlled currents. For a moment, your feathers tangle with natural gusts, and you have to recalibrate so you don't accidentally blast grit onto the royal face. You succeed, mostly. A single speck lands on her lower lip. She flicks it away with regal indifference. No harm done, but you note her sidelong glance and resolve to oil the fan's hinge tonight for smoother control. As shadows lengthen, work halts. The obelisk's surface glows in the low light, streaked by long rasp marks that resemble tiger stripes. Masons cover it with damp linen to reduce thermal cracking overnight, a detail future conservationists will call brilliant, though the workers simply call it common sense and sore backs. Hatshepsut offers a terse nod of satisfaction, then pivots toward the palace. You trail behind, swirling stale air into fresh patterns until the quarry dust thins and the sweet scent of sycamore trees reclaims the breeze. Crossing Karnak's threshold, you pass a vendor offering oddball trinkets to laborers, chips of so-called lucky granite and tiny scarab amulets carved from leftover quarry shavings. He hails you. For the mighty fan-bearer, a discount. You decline, but he presses a pebble into your palm anyway. Later, alone in servant quarters, you'll notice the pebble is naturally heart-shaped, veined in rose quartz, and you'll tuck it into your satchel as a silent keepsake of all this glorious dust. Night eventually drapes Karnak in amethyst twilight. From your pallet on the roof, you watch torch lines snake around the ramp as guards secure the site. Somewhere below, priests chant protective spells over the sleeping obelisk, and jackals bark at a crescent moon. You flex aching fingers and find a thin film of crimson residue, beetle paint, caught under your nails. It shines when it catches starlight, as if even insects conspired to leave their mark on eternity. You close your eyes, feathers finally still, and let the memory of stone and sweat drift outward like incense. Tomorrow, the obelisk will rise. Tomorrow, ropes will creak, and hearts will lurch, and the granite will stand like a frozen lightning bolt against the sky. And you will be there, arm aloft, humble windsmith, guiding hot air away from a queen who intends to outshine every cloud for the rest of recorded time. In this hush before great heaving effort, sleep steals over you, warm, dusty, and threaded with the promise that when morning comes, history will crack its knuckles and get back to work. Sunrise whistles through the servants' courtyard like an impatient kettle, yanking you from dusty dreams and right back into the furnace of royal ambition. Your shoulders still hum from yesterday's obelisk drill, but there's no time for sympathy. Today, the palace warehouses crack their doors, and the scent that bursts out is equal parts spice bazaar and zoological surprise party. Word has spread. Hatshepsut is planning a grand voyage south to the mysterious land of Punt, and every storeroom within shouting distance of Karnak is suddenly auditioning for a role in the expedition. You trot across tiled corridors, feathers poised, navigating a maze of crates piled taller than temple pylons. Ostrich eggs, the size of your skull, wobble in reed baskets. Jars of frankincense beads clink like oversized salt shakers. Rolls of linen glow ivory in slanted beams of sun. Somewhere in the clutter, a clerk yells that giraffe skins go to Bay 3, not Bay 2. Apparently, Bay 2 is now the official live animal bay, currently hosting a very cranky baboon who keeps slapping scrolls off the inventory table. Joke number 1 writes itself. Never underestimate a baboon's opinion on administrative paperwork. There she is, Hatshepsut, already deep in discussion with Banyan, her quartermaster extraordinaire. Banyan gestures at a papyrus map so long that 2 scribes have to anchor the far end with their sandals. His voice hitches with excitement. We'll trace the Red Sea coast, hugging the wind currents. Salt water may eat the planks, but I'd rather patch wood than scrape barnacles off cargo gods refuse to smell. Hatshepsut nods, more captain than queen this morning, and you slide into position with practiced stealth, whipping a cool breeze across her nape. Just as the first sweat pearlesces, she swapped yesterday's gold-trimmed sandals for sturdy calfskin boots and, much to your relief, a broad-brimmed sun hat woven from aloe-soaked reeds. These prototypes are your idea, a midnight craft session fueled by leftover beetle, paint, and the memory of melon seed sunscreen. The hats smell faintly medicinal, like a traveling apothecary, but they drip moisture slowly down the wearer's neck, an oasis on the go. Hatshepsut grins when she catches you, admiring the fit, and teases, "If this works, I'll crown you vizier of ventilation." You almost bow too low, forgetting the baboon bay is directly behind you, and anything shiny above waist level invites a projectile coconut. You maneuver around a heap of ebony planks, destined for ship carpentry, while scribes recite lists. Ebony, electrum, petrified fish teeth, because in Punt, their currency, apparently, and enough glass beads to outfit every deity in Luxor with matching friendship bracelets. A porter lugs twin amphorae labeled simply mystery sap. He shrugs at your questioning glance, mutters, "Sticky but fragrant," and keeps moving. Little known fact of the day: Egyptians believe certain Punt resins can cure everything from mosquito bites to midlife crises. You quietly hope it also removes quarry dust from the lungs. The royal architect dashes over, waving blueprints for portable shrines that will fold into the hull like elaborate bread boxes. She's especially proud of the hinge mechanism. Bronze axles shaped like lotus buds, though she concedes it squeaks at awkward pitch. You gift her a feather fan breeze to test aerodynamics. The hinged doors flutter shut with a gentle clack. "Marvelous," she crows. Joke number 2 lands. Future generations will invent prefab furniture, but you're witnessing the trial run, complete with sacrificial cows for cushioning. Mid-hour chaos rises. Someone discovers a barrel of myrrh has leaked, turning the floor into a sticky skating rink. 2 overseers skid past like poorly balanced date cakes, arms windmilling. A priest slips, writes himself, then insists the spill is surely an omen of abundant blessings. Historians still debate whether early Egyptians genuinely saw omens in every warehouse mishap, or whether clergy just hated paperwork as much as baboons do. Either way, 5 servants are now polishing the planks with sand-packed cloths, turning calamity into high-gloss finishing. You fan harder, partly for airflow, partly to waft the sharp, sweet resin fumes away before everyone starts hallucinating sea gods in the rafters. Between gusts, you overhear Banyan confirm departure date. Exactly 3 weeks, once the Nile's first flood surge steadies the current. He ticks off crew roles, rowers, navigators, interpreters fluent in the click guttural speech of punt, and one overqualified pastry chef who apparently doubles as a cartographer because icing sugar flows like ink on parchment. You file the detail away. Nothing says empire like a gingerbread coastline. Hatshepsut pauses at a long table where artisans test dyes on linen swatches. One demonstrates a new turquoise crushed from imported Sinai copper ore and mixed with fermented figs. Result, a hue bright enough to shame peacock feathers. The queen traces the fabric, then points toward her personal chest of travel garments. You suspect half the voyage will resemble a runway show, which, frankly, is good policy. Diplomacy blooms faster when everyone's dazzled by your wardrobe. As she moves on, you fan a fragrant updraft, carrying whiffs of cinnamon bark and roasted coffee cherries. 2 Nubian traders stroll past, each balancing sacks of those cherries, boasting they'll brew liquid dawn to keep the helmsman awake on night watch. You salute them with a swirl. Caffeine culture is about to hit Thebes 4 centuries ahead of schedule. Suddenly, a cackle echoes. The resident baboon has escaped, cartwheeling across a stack of scrolls. It lands atop a giraffe skin bundle, shakes its rump, and brandishes a palm frond like a cutlass. Courtiers scatter. You reflexively snap your fan shut, a makeshift baton, before remembering pharaohs prefer unbitten attendants. 2 handlers race in, bribing the delinquent with honey-dipped locusts. Crisis averted. Joke number 3. Always keep emergency locusts on hand. HR's number 1 tip for interspecies relations. Amid the ruckus, a junior scribe shyly approaches Hatshepsut with a wax tablet depicting trade route constellations. He proposes navigating by stars shaped like a lioness guarding twin trees. She listens, intrigued, then glances at you. You aim a cool ribbon of air his way, and his confidence blooms. She approves the idea, pocketing the tablet. Later, astrologers will quarrel over whether that star cluster truly leads toward Punt or just toward Nubia's southern bend. Their arguments will fill ivory-bound treatises, footnoted to exhaustion. Yet out on the open water, the helmsman will simply match sparkles in the sky to scratch marks on wax and steer accordingly. Inventory stretches into the afternoon. You rotate wrists, switching grip, and marvel at how the fan feels lighter in these warehouses than under quarry sun, even though the air, thick with incense, pushes back like wet wool. Each beat lifts dust motes that catch golden shafts of light, turning the scene into a slow-motion snow globe, minus the chill. Workers stop periodically for barley beer breaks, clinking cups and trading gossip. Who gets cabin bunks? Which noble smuggled imported? Lapdogs aboard, and whether the queen might return sporting a pet leopard just to stir palace protocol. After the 3rd break, Hatshepsut inspects aloe hat prototypes lined along a bench. She selects one with delicate lotus embroidery, your midnight flourishes, and places it on your own head. field test, she says, approving the shade it casts over your flushed cheeks. You bow, heart thumping, the hat's damp brim dripping a bead of cool aloe onto your nose. It slides to your lips, earthy, bitter. You decide it's delicious, which is good, because you'll be tasting it all. Voyage long. As shadows lengthen, final crate seals are stamped with the royal cartouche. Banyan calls for silence, raising both arms like a conductor. He recites a blessing to Senotic Khonsu, god of safe journeys, then adds a practical rider. Anyone misplacing a single incense jar will personally scrub barnacles off whole planks until their grandchildren retire. Laughter breaks the tension, but you note nobody doubts his seriousness. When the queen finally steps away, twilight has painted the storeroom floors lavender. You escort her through the courtyard, the aloe hat's brim bobbing like a moonlit halo. Crickets surge into chorus, and torches sputter, spitting resin sparks. She pauses by the reflecting pool, watching lamps ripple across water. Quietly, she says, if we bring back living myrrh trees, we'll plant them here. Let the whole temple smell of faraway rain. You stir a contemplative breeze, and for a heartbeat, the pool surface stills, mirroring a future lush with foreign green. Back in your quarters, you collapse onto straw mats, hat still dripping faint aloe. Your arms pulse, not from weight this time, but anticipation. Punt is a rumor wrapped in perfume, mapped by merchants who measure coastlines in sail hours, and legend. Soon you'll be at sea, fanning history into new shapes, while gulls draw skittering calligraphy on the horizon. For now, you close your eyes to the lingering scent of myrrh and beetle dye, drifting toward sleep as gently as a ship slipping its moorings, already halfway to dreams of incense groves and sun-bleached giraffe skins flapping like impossible sails against a turquoise sky. Moonlight is still draining from the sky when you step aboard the flagship Khufu's wing, aloe hat brim already dripping cool beads onto your collar. The deck smells like a bakery run by chemists, fresh cedar planks glazed with pine tar oversprinkled by priests flinging ladles of melted crocodile fat in wide devotional arcs. Every splat hisses against the wood, and somebody behind you mutters that the Nile gods must have a strangely carnivorous skincare routine. Joke number 1. And it's not even dawn. Sailors haul the square linen sails into position, their calloused palms thumping the yards in a rhythm older than the pyramids. Purple light leaks across the river, revealing an armada of 20 ships bobbing in tidy rows. Grain barges retooled for deep water, incense freighters with hulls swollen like pregnant hippos, and the royal bark, whose stern pavilion now bristles with lotus-carved pillars. You take your post at the pavilion rail, feathers poised, ready to turn humid air into something breathable for Hatshepsut. She appears in travel leathers and your favorite aloe hat. Remember, the one with lotus embroidery you stitched at ridiculous o'clock. The queen tests the deck with cautious steps, boots squeaking faintly where tar hasn't dried. Smells like the afterlife's bar and grill. She quips, nose wrinkling. You respond by fanning a fresher Nile breeze her way, garnished with hints of papyrus marsh and night-blooming jasmine. She exhales a grateful sigh. then signals the helmsman. A deep bronze gong booms across the fleet. Cast off. Oars dip in unison, churning water that still glitters with fragments of moon. The prow slices fog. Ibis silhouettes flap aside like disgruntled housekeepers. Beneath your sandals, the hull pulses, cedar creaking in long, expectant inhales. Somewhere, a cabin boy retches over the rail. First-timer nerves. You angle a discreet gust toward him. Empathy is easier when you spend your career preventing meltdowns, both thermal and emotional. The priestly fat flingers finish their ritual, wiping greasy hands on linen rags that instantly become hazards for barefoot deckhands. A lector intones blessings to Sobek, crocodile lord of the river, promising a shrine of polished carnelian in exchange for flat water and cooperative hippos. Unusual fact of the day: hippo dung foams in warm currents, and Egyptian navigators swear the bubbles predict sandbars faster than any depth pole. You make a note to steer clear of brown froth. As the convoy drifts southward, Karnak's pylons shrink behind you, their tops catching newborn sun. The royal drummer sets a rowing cadence. Thrum, thrum, pause, and suddenly the bark feels less like luxury yacht, more like a giant metronome. You match the beat with measured fan strokes, discovering an accidental harmony. Feathered whoosh on the offbeat, faint symbol of your bracelets, clinking at every fourth count. If Spotify ever invents an ancient maritime lo-fi playlist, today is its pilot episode. Mid-morning heat rises, iron-fisted, sailors stripped to waist wraps, slick with sweat, shoulders gleaming like polished teak. You pace the deck perimeter, crafting little cyclones of relief around officers, marking star positions on wax tablets. One navigator shows you a copper astrolabe the size of a saucer, latest gadget from Heliopolis, which, he swears, can measure sun altitude to the width of a barley grain. Historians still debate whether such precision instruments existed this early, or if later scribes backdated their patents for credibility. Either way, the navigator winks and says, "Don't tell the stars." Might give them stage fright. Hatshepsut spends the next hour reviewing cargo ledgers with Banyan. You hover nearby, intercepting gnats attracted to their ink cakes. Banyan complains that one amphora of mystery sap exploded during loading, gluing two deckhands together at the forearms like reluctant twins. The Queen deadpans. At least morale is sticking. Joke number 2 drifts over the rail, with delighted laughter from crew who probably don't realize they're applauding their own misfortune. By noon, the fleet approaches a narrow gorge, whose cliffs funnel furnace winds straight onto the decks. You crank the fan into overdrive, shoulder muscles protesting like unionized donkeys. Aloe drips steadily from the hat brim. Each droplet splatters the polished cedar, with little starbursts that dry before your eyes. A sailor offers you a sip of liquid dawn, that proto-coffee brewed from roasted punt cherries. It tastes like burnt figs doing push-ups in river water, but caffeine hammer kicks your synapses, and suddenly every feather stroke feels lighter, almost musical. The cliffs amplify every sound. Oar creaks echo back as elephant trumpets. Priestly chants rebound as ghostly whispers. A shiver scampers down your spine, despite the heat. In the royal pavilion, Hatshepsut unrolls a vellum map etched with mythical beasts guarding uncharted coves. She asks, "Which pass looks friendlier, lion or serpent?" You send a playful gust that flutters the serpent's tail. She laughs, decides on the lion. Democracy via airflow. Below decks, rumor filters up that pigs have escaped their straw pens and are now chasing the pastry chef cartographer, who in turn is chasing his icing supplies. You picture a comic conga line of squeals and curses, cinnamon sugar swirling behind them like battlefield smoke. Joke number 3 cements itself. Every great expedition is one overdressed pastry chef away from absolute chaos. Late afternoon, the wind freshens on its own, relieving your aching arms. You set the fan aside momentarily, flexing fingers still sticky with tar resin residue. The Nile widens here, a glossy jade ribbon flecked with lotus pads. Fishermen in reed skiffs salute the passing queen, lifting nets glimmering with tilapia. Hatshepsut instructs a scribe to double the fish ration tonight, a PR move cloaked as generosity. In the heady scent of river mud and sun-baked papyrus stems, diplomacy smells like dinner. A sudden thump shakes the hull. River debris, the conning oarsmen shout. A half-submerged hippo carcass drifts by, nibbled by crocodiles. Priests note the omen. Scribbling in shorthand, you fan away the stench, spotting bright green beetles crawling the carcass, relatives of yesterday's pigment victims. Circle of life, circle of color. Toward sunset, the flotilla anchors at a palm-fringed staging aisle. Crew scramble to set hammocks between mast poles, while cooks ignite braziers, flavoring the air with cumin and date honey glaze. You escort the queen to her awning, where low tables hold melon wedges, chilled in wet cloth envelopes. She removes the aloe hat, hair damp but face composed, and thanks you with a half smile. Remember that fish poop sunscreen you joked about? Pack it. Punt sun won't play fair. You promise, though you silently hope crocodile fat hull polish remains external use only. Evening deepens. Drums soften into heartbeat tempo. Stars straggle onto the velvet ceiling in cautious clusters. Deckhands gather at the prow, trading riddles about the exact location of Punt. East of the sunrise, south of the moon, where giraffes gossip with incense trees. You know scholars centuries ahead will still be arguing the coordinates, swapping Google scrolls for papyrus scrolls, but circling the same blank on the map. For now, mystery tastes sweeter than certainty. You settle near the rail, fan resting beside you like a loyal hound. Warm river breeze fingers your hair, relieving you from duty for a merciful half hour. Below, the pastry chef has apparently reclaimed his supplies. Cinnamon steam curls up, mingling with jasmine night air. Somewhere, a baboon, stowed in a wicker cage 3 ships down, offers a drowsy hoot, as if reminding you that chaos is merely adventure wearing yesterday's clothes. Sleep will be short tonight. Dawn will yank anchors and push the fleet closer to open sea. Yet in this pocket of darkness, you allow muscles to untwist. Memories drift, quarry dust glowing like galaxy swirls. The heart-shaped granite pebble tucked in your satchel, the moment aloe dripped on your nose and tasted like the promise of shade. You breathe in, out, feathered shadows dance above, as torchlight guttering on the awning makes the pavilion ceiling flicker like slow waves. Finally, you rise, give the queen one last cooling sweep. Habit, heartbeat, homage, and whisper a good night that the river carries away. Aloft, your fan carves a lazy crescent through starlight, an unseen signature on the night sky. Tomorrow, crocodile-greased wood will slap ocean swells. Unknown constellations will pivot overhead, and you will still be here, sculpting air into mercy for a ruler, intent on trading ordinary summers for legends bottled in incense. For now, the Nile hums beneath, and you drift toward your hammock, rocked by the slow pulse of water and the distant certainty that the world is far wider than any map, wide enough at least to hold one queen's gamble and the quiet servant who keeps the heat at bay. The Red Sea rolls beneath you like a giant copper cauldron, foam fizzing at the rim as sunrise paints the water molten. After weeks of rowing, praying, and inventing new curses for barnacles, the fleet finally noses into a sheltered lagoon, ringed by foliage so luxuriant it looks as if the gods upended a botanical garden just to see where it would stick. The helmsman calls, "Land of Punt," off the starboard bow, and suddenly every sailor stands straighter, as though posture alone might secure bragging rights at Thebes' next beer night. You rush to your post beside the queen, who perches on a cedar stool under a canopy that smells strongly of half-dried crocodile fat. She lifts a spyglass, another Heliopolis prototype, roughly the size of a loaf of bread, and peers at shoreline silhouettes, tall incense trees swaying like incense itself, flocks of iridescent hoopoes darting above, and huts on stilts clustered along a honey-colored beach. One shipmate whispers that Punt air is rumored to carry perpetual fragrance, and right on cue, a gust delivers notes of myrrh, salt, and something suspiciously akin to roasted goat. Joke number one. Even paradise runs a weekend barbecue. A drum roll sounds from the royal bark, signaling formal arrival. Sailors furl the sails briskly. Oars retract, dripping silver in the dawn glow. Anchors plunge with a satisfying splash. The baboon, stowed safely in a cage on the deck behind you, utters a triumphant bark, apparently approving of its ancestral homeland. Priests scatter lotus petals onto the water, which float away like tiny pastel boats. You angle your fan in slow, regal arcs, shepherding cooler air toward Hatshepsut as she rises, aloe hat casting a bold shadow down the gangplank. On shore, a welcoming party assembles. Lanky chiefs wearing conical caps, their necks draped in necklaces of cowrie shells, and, most eye-catching, perfectly groomed baboon tails, worn as neckties. You blink, wondering whether the tails are fashion statements or diplomatic intimidation. Unusual fact of the day. Puntites harvest these tails only after natural shedding seasons, claiming it honors the baboon's spirits and ensures luck in trade. Somewhere a stylist back in Thebes is already sketching tail cravat prototypes for next season's runway. Drums beat again, this time from the beach, slow and resonant, like heartbeat echoes from a giant's chest. You and the queen descend, the gangplank, sandals meeting warm sand that sighs underfoot. Heat puffs up, mingling with the resinous perfume drifting from small braziers where punt priests smolder frankincense. Clusters the size of your fist, you fan a careful current around the queen, mindful that a stray spark plus ostrich feathers equals unintended fireworks. Hatshepsut greets the lead chief, who introduces himself via interpreter as Parahu, keeper of the myrrh groves, and 5-time winner of the annual camel dance. His grin flashes bright as polished ivory. The formal exchange begins. Carved electrum figurines are presented from Egypt's side, while punteats offer strings of luminous amber beads and live civet cats in reed cages, apparently prized for their musk, though right now they hiss like irate teapots. Joke number 2 bubbles up. Nothing says international friendship quite like gifting an angry perfume factory on legs. The entourage processes toward a palm-thatched pavilion where ceremonial benches await. You flank the queen, gently wafting away aggressive flying insects large enough to file taxes. Beneath the shelter, trays of dates stuffed with pistachio paste appear, accompanied by goblets of fermented honey mead. A punt musician plucks a lyre shaped like a moonsicle, notes rising bubbly and bright. Meanwhile, Banyan busies himself comparing shipping manifests, ensuring IOUs don't outnumber delivered goods. His quill scratches furiously. Each tally mark seems to tattoo stress lines into his brow. Hatshepsut leans toward you, voice low. Do you smell that? You take a deeper breath. Pungent, earthy, almost tangy, raw myrrh sap oozing from freshly scored tree trunks just beyond the pavilion. She gestures. Parahu waves an attendant forward with a clay pot brimming in golden goo. The queen lifts a dab on her fingertip, rubs it between thumb and forefinger, and nods in reverence. Worth every ore blister, she murmurs. You fan a tiny updraft, sending the aroma back across her shoulders like invisible incense, locking the memory into place. A formal tour follows. The path meanders past incense groves where branches droop under resin tears that gleam like morning dew. You learn puntites tap these trees with obsidian blades, chanting to a local deity whose name translates loosely to he who smells success. Historians still debate whether such methods predate Egyptian perfumery or evolved independently, an argument guaranteed to flare up at every academic wine reception for centuries. Further along, you pass paddocks of giraffes, their necks swaying in slow-motion choreography. A calf ambles over, nuzzling your aloe hat and licking residual sap. Sailors roar with laughter. You add joke number 3 to your mental tally. Free hat cleaning, courtesy of Punt Safari Services. Luckily, the queen finds the scene charming instead of scandalous, though she does warn you to inspect for drool stains before the next audience back home. Mid-tour, you arrive at a terraced garden where elephants, miniature by Nile standards, pluck fruit from thorny shrubs with delicate trunk curls. A punt caretaker explains these fruits ferment on the branch, and elephants occasionally stagger around tipsy. At twilight, trumpeting love ballads to the moon. You note this for future bedtime stories. Kids in Thebes will adore drunk elephant tales long after they forget treaty details. The noon sun broils overhead, hot enough almost to wilt the feather quills. You intensify your fanning, wrist muscles hinting at mutiny. Parahu gestures toward a shaded stone bench specifically reserved for honored breezemakers. You suppress a surprised grin. Occupational courtesy travels far. Seated, you roll your shoulders once, twice, then resume your windcraft, sculpting languid ripples of relief across the queen's line of sight. She inclines her head, silent thanks. Negotiations commence. Banyan and punt scribes haggle quantities. Baskets of ebony for amphorae of linen, gold beads for live baboons, panther skins for copper axes. The most contentious point becomes frankincense seedlings, delicate and notoriously fickle, in exchange for Egyptian glassware. Parahu insists the seedlings come with a shaman who sings them awake each dawn. Banyan counters with a cheaper parakeet that whistles convincingly. Deadlock. Hatshepsut intervenes, proposing her personal pastry chef teach punt bakers the secret of honey mango tarts. Both sides pause, then agree with gusto. Apparently, dessert diplomacy trumps botany. You catch the moment in a swirl of soft air, noting the queen's pleased smile. Her leadership is part velvet, part dagger, offering sugar while pocketing saplings, a stratagem generals could study. Later, historians will compose treatises on her trade acumen, while school children remember only the giraffe drool and elephant karaoke. Perspective is everything. As the afternoon wanes, the puntites turn to festivities. Dancers in dyed bark cloth skirts twirl, dust puffing like cinnamon around their feet. Musicians pound goatskin drums. Rattles of carved gourds clatter. You find your fan strokes sinking to their tempo. Beat, breeze, until even the bracelet chime on your wrist becomes accidental percussion. The baboon from the ship, now gifted freedom as token goodwill, dashes into the circle, executing a startlingly competent spin that earns roaring applause. You file that under unexpected PR wins. The setting sun bleeds coral over the lagoon as tables groan beneath platters, spiced antelope skewers, coconut stuffed bread, pickled lotus hearts. You help circulate air and smell from dish to dish, while sailors and punt hosts mingle like long-lost cousins, discovering each other's embarrassing baby photos. Somewhere near the fire pit, the pastry chef presents a prototype honey mango tart, and collective hums of ecstasy float up like birds released from a cage. Night descends velvet blue, torches flicker, painting resin trees with gold halos. The queen retires to a bamboo guest lodge built on stilts over water, and you follow, fan still at ready. Inside, the air is cool, weighted with sweet smoky undertones. She settles onto woven mats, eyes glowing with plans. Tomorrow, she whispers, we collect living myrrh, roots intact. Imagine it growing in Karnak's courtyards. You nod, tired but thrumming with shared excitement. You promise to fan the saplings too, if that's what it takes. When she finally drifts to sleep, you step onto the narrow porch above the moonlit water. Crickets chirp, while distant drums echo from the beach. You rotate the fan lazily, sending a ripple across the lagoon's surface. Reflections warp, torches become amber comets, stars shiver in liquid chorus. Somewhere, elephants might be tuning up for their moon songs. And you, small guardian of breezes, stand quietly at the threshold of worlds, feeling the soft push-pull of warm air and cooler night, as if Punt itself is breathing secrets into your cupped hands. Dawn finds you ankle-deep in surf, kilt clinging like damp parchment, while dock hands heave treasure up the gangplanks. Punt's lagoon glows coral, a molten mirror of yesterday's fete, but the party glitter has transformed into packing grit. Ebony logs, as thick as temple columns, judder on sledges. Electrum ingots wink from wicker crates, and, most delicately, frankincense saplings sway in clay pots swaddled with wet goat wool to keep their roots dreaming of rainfall. You flutter your ostrich feathers in long, measured sweeps, shepherding a breeze around Hatshepsut as she checks manifests, still wearing the now iconic aloe hat that practically has its own fan club among sailors. The Queen taps a papyrus tally sheet with her stylus, brow tight. 50 ebony trunks, 10 electrum chests, 23 live trees, she recites. Banyan nods, but you notice his left eye twitch whenever a porter stumbles. One misstep, and an ebony log could roll, rewriting headlines into Pharaoh flattens. Quartermaster, joke number 1 flits through your mind, but you keep it under wraps. The humor of splinters is best saved until splinters are safely stowed. Nearby, sailors wrestle a gargantuan amphora marked special resin, do not drop. The thing glistens like a pregnant beetle, and you vaguely recall the chief alchemist claiming a single drop in temple braziers will perfume Thebes for a week. Judging by the amphora's wobble, a single crack might perfume the entire fleet permanently. You discreetly ease cool air toward the laborers' sweaty backs. Nothing reduces butterfinger risk like drying a palm or two. Suddenly, a shriek erupts below deck. You race down the companionway, banishing stale air ahead of you, just in time to see 2 ship rats dragging strips of papyrus across the hold. But not just any papyrus. Backup copies of Punt export tax records, painstakingly scribed in triplicate. The rodents chew happily, tails swishing like corrupt accountants shredding incriminating paperwork. Banyan barrels in, horror etched on his face. You swoop your fan with extra fury, startling the furry saboteurs into the bilge. Even vermin hate bureaucracy. You quip, joke number 2, though Banyan is too busy hyperventilating to laugh. A quick triage follows. You spread surviving scrolls on deck, waiting corners with electrum bars so the sea breeze doesn't carry tax law into legend. Ink blots bloom where salt water kissed the fibers, turning numbers into Rorschach blotches. Historians still debate whether the blurred ledgers later found in Karnak archives were water-damaged originals or creative accounting that conveniently dissolved a few tariff columns. Either way, you've witnessed the moment raw data met rodent critique and lost back on the main deck. Lifters guide ebony logs under shaded awnings so they won't split in midday heat. You hadn't realized ebony was heavy enough to make the planks groan like old priests after a fasting vigil. A master carpenter shows you a little-known trick, slathering fresh-cut ebony with date honey reduces cracking during transport. He hands you a sticky brush. You dab syrup across the end grain, feeling like you're icing the world's most extravagant biscuit. Obscure fact delivered. Box ticked. Up by the prow, electrum ingots stack neatly. Light ricochets off their surfaces in lasers, so bright sailors claim you can signal Ra himself. One steward suggests using a slanted ingot to redirect sun glare into pirate eyes should sea raiders appear. Another counters that pirates will be too busy drooling over the ingot to steer straight. Joke number 3 arrives gift-wrapped. Either way, Electrum doubles as both treasure and tactical flashlight. Hatshepsut oversees the loading of frankincense saplings with near-maternal tenderness. Each pot nestles in a cushion of river clay, laced with powdered ostrich eggshell. Nutrient-rich, she insists, because trees as diplomats demand first-class compost. Garden priests chant lullabies while tying reeds around stems to dampen shock. You fan a gentle countercurrent so the leaves tremble lightly, acclimating them to Nile breezes they'll soon meet. Scholars in later centuries will scratch their heads over how these fragile imports survived weeks at sea without wilting. Watching now, you suspect the answer is equal parts clay, prayers, and one uber-dedicated breeze generator. Noon vaults overhead, sun branding the deck with heat shimmer stripes. Cooks pass around melon wedges straight from the wet storage pits. Cold juice dribbles down chins, momentarily lowering collective blood pressure. Somewhere aft, the freed baboon, now unofficial morale officer, steals a wedge, shrieking in triumph, before scampering up a mast. Its tail swishes dangerously near rigging knots until you loft an extra crisp gust upward. The baboon startles, drops the melon, and the slippery slice lands square on Banyan's ledger. He sighs, declares it fruit-infused ink, and vows to rewrite the page. Tomorrow, between cargo hoists, sailors practice lashings for the return voyage, looping ropes around deck cleats in figure eights so tidy they look woven. Hatshepsut inspects a knot, then glances at your feathers. Same pattern, she murmurs, air tied into loops. You smile. Best promotion ever, from fan bearer to metaphoric rope artist. With the final crate aboard, a trumpeter blasts a 3-note fanfare. Parahu and his puntit entourage arrive for farewell formalities, bearing parting gifts. Carved ivory combs, a jar of powdered malachite eye paint, shade matched to lagoon tides, and most surprisingly, a pair of ceremonial sandals for you, uppers stitched with tiny myrrh blossoms. You bow, cheeks flushing hotter than teak. Hatshepsut teases that you'll now smell divine even when running latrine detail. You reply, sotto voce, that latrine air deserves fragrance too. She laughs, slaps your shoulder, a comradely thump, sending a puff of sandalwood dust skyward. The tide turns outward. Drummers resume the oar, cadence as anchors lift, chains clanking like festival cymbals. You swing the fan in rhythm. Whip, whoosh, rest, whip, whoosh, rest. Behind you, saplings rustle softly. Electrum glints, and ebony logs creak, like pleased giants settling in for a nap. You catch one last whiff of Punt's signature myrrh, spicy and bright, and tuck it somewhere inside your lungs for leaner days. As the shoreline recedes, sailors climb rigging, waving conch shells in noisy salute. Puntites answer with trumpets carved from antelope horn. Gulls wheel overhead, shrieking a confused harmony. The baboon, content with its melon conquest, sits cross-legged on the stern rail, tail flicking a lazy metronome. It clutches a stray strip of gnawed papyrus, a parting editorial note to Egypt's tax office. Evening slides in, lavender blue over calm water. You stand on deck beside the queen, gently fanning as she watches the last silhouettes of incense. Trees melt into dusk. All loaded, she whispers, relief threading her tone. Now let the statues and scribes argue my legacy. I'll be busy planting fragrance where stone once ruled the air. You promise the saplings will find faithful gardeners and offer to police the rats personally if they crave another papyrus snack. She grins, weary yet radiant, then retreats below for rest. Stars prick the sky one by one, mirrored in the sea like twin cargoes of light. You ease your fan to a stop, closing feathers with a soft clap. The deck underfoot hums with treasure, ebony's midnight heart. Electrums captured dawn, frankincense trees breathing quietly in clay beds. An invisible ledger tallies each heartbeat of cargo and crew. Somewhere in the hold, a rat nibbles an ink-blotted corner, rewriting figures according to rodent logic, and you can't help smiling. History is always a collaboration between dreamers, record keepers, and the occasional stowaway critic with whiskers. Wind rises, cool and purposeful, filling the sails. The fleet leans northward, river-bound, Egypt-bound, fate-bound. You lift your feathers once more, habit, vow, whisper of future breezes, and guide the night air across saplings, crates, and quietly snoring sailors. Behind you, Punt's perfume fades to a memory, but ahead, the Nile roars in your imagination, ready to carry these scents into every temple corridor, every gossip corner, every dawn yet to come. Sunrise finds you already braced against the gunwale, fingers white-knuckled around a rope, as the first sand-laden gale slams across the Red Sea like a giant cat hissing in your face. The fleet has traded Punt's perfumed breeze for a Khamsin wind so abrasive it could salt a fish mid-flight. Sails reefed to handkerchief size still snap like thunderclaps, and beige haze blots out the horizon until ship and sky merge into one disgruntled dust donut. You plant your feet wide, angle the ostrich feathers, and start fanning, not to cool anyone this time, but to keep abrasive grit from caking into Hatshepsut's eyes. If anyone doubts a servant can duel the weather, they've never watched you swing a fan like a gladiator's shield. The queen emerges onto the quarterdeck, wrapped in a linen scarf that once looked regal and now resembles a slightly damp mummy bandage. She squints through flying sand, spots you, and deadpans. Well, at least no one can complain about the sun. Joke number 1. Shared misery is the fastest friendship bracelet in history. You answer with a mock salute, feathers whirling, aloe droplets fling off your miracle hat. Yes, the lotus-embroidered prototype is still hanging in there, creating a tiny, blessed radius of moisture that smells faintly of cucumber and victory. Oarsmen, battle headwinds that shove the fleet backward 2 strokes for every 3. Banyan paces, tallying grain rations against rowing fatigue. Each time a gust steals his papyrus sheet, he chases it down the deck like a crab in crisis. Somewhere amid the chaos, a sailor uncorks the amphora of liquid dawn, coffee thing, passing ladlefuls along the benches. The brew tastes like burnt thunderclouds, but jolts, heart beats back on tempo. You take a swig, eyes watering, and joke number 2 slides out on reflex. If this doesn't wake the gods, nothing will. A drummer snorts so hard his mallet slips, striking an offbeat thunk that the deck briefly interprets as a new rowing cadence. By mid-morning, the sandstorm intensifies. Visibility drops to the width of your forearm. Even the baboon, usually stage diving from railings, curls under a coil of ropes like a moody dust mop. You glance at the saplings lashed amidships, each pot now swaddled in damp cloth and oiled sailcloth to guard against desiccation. Garden priests crouch beside them, chanting hydration hymns and spritzing brackish water with reed straws. Unusual fact of the day. Punt frankincense trees dislike salt, yet tolerate it better than Nile figs. A botanical quirk the priests treat as proof these saplings were divinely pre-salinated for the voyage home. A violent gust rips across the deck, tearing loose a spare linen awning that spirals into the gloom like a frantic ghost. It snags on a yardarm, snapping taut enough to whip a hurrying deckhand into a full somersault. He lands in an empty crate, labeled replacement ostrich feathers, and pops up grinning. Some people collect bruises as souvenirs. Historians still debate whether ancient sailors strapped themselves to their benches in storms, or simply trusted calf muscles and dumb luck. Judging by the gymnast in the crate, the answer appears to be both, plus comedic timing. The Compson keeps pelting. Sand needles sting cheeks, ears, even the soft inner corners of eyes, and every exhale tastes like crunchy pottery glaze. You ramp the fan into high gear, directing gusts downward to create an invisible umbrella over the Queen. Joke number 3 arrives unbidden. Free dermabrasion treatment. One day only, Hatshepsut huffs amusement, though her teeth crunch alarmingly. You vow to add portable mouthguards to the next cargo list. Noon crashes in with a sound like tearing parchment as the mainmast sheet loosens under wind shear. Sailors scramble, ropes hiss through calloused palms, and a boom bangs hard enough to make the baboon yelp, a swear word. It definitely picked up from the oarsman. You pivot, aiming a narrow stream of air to keep granules out of Hatshepsut's nostrils, while she confers with the navigator. He jabs at a wax tablet, now riddled with grit gouges, insisting the fleet angle west into the Gulf of Suez to ride calmer coastal eddies. The Queen nods, then orders double rations of melon seed sunscreen distributed. Yes, the same goo sailors swear wards off both sunburn and bad luck. Barrels open. Crews smear translucent paste across foreheads until they glisten like well-oiled statues. You help daub a dollop onto the Queen's cheeks, amused that its faint scent, half pumice, half dessert, manages to overpower the dust. Hours stretch elastic. Oars creak, drums boom, and the wind howls, feedback like a poorly tuned lyre. You rotate fan hands every 50 strokes, wrists burning, but rhythm locked. Each downward sweep clears a pocket of breathable space. Each upward arc scatters sand off linens before it grinds into skin. It becomes meditative, like sweeping a temple floor. Except the floor is vertical, and the dirt is airborne, and the temple is pitching like a tavern after a last call. Toward late afternoon, the Khamsin finally falters. Sand haze thins, revealing a blood-orange sun drooping above jagged cliffs. Decks look as though they've been dredged from a quarry. Ankle-deep drifts pile against hatches, burying stray ropes and half a drummer's bench. You pause, flex fingers, and peer at your feathers, now tinted beige, remarkably intact. The queen exhales relief. Somewhere, Banyan starts calculating how much cargo weight is pure stowaway sand. His abacus clicks a rhythm that sounds suspiciously like swearing in bass 10. Cleanup begins. Buckets of brine are sloshed across planks. Broom squads sweep slurries into the sea. You join, fanning away lingering grit, while sailors scrape mast grooves. The pastry chef appears, coated head to toe in beige frosting, complaining that cinnamon sugar is now seasoned accidentally. He decides to christen his new creation Storm Biscuits. Everyone applauds the rebranding. Nothing bonds a crew like edible catastrophe. With decks cleared, the fleet limps into a quiet inlet bordered by red sandstone bluffs. Fires spark, supper stew bubbles, tilapia, garlic, and an experimental pinch of frankincense resin that somebody swears will taste like holy smoke. The baboon, now dust-free, resumes mascot duties by swiping the stew ladle and banging it on a crate, drumming an off-key victory anthem. Hatshepsut allows herself a slow smile. Tomorrow, she declares, we chase the northerlies home, and when we reach Thebes, let this sand remind every architect why we carved obelisks, because stone stands when storms roar. Stars emerge, timid after the day's abrasive display. You settle near the prow, fan folded, but fingers still twitching phantom strokes. In the hush, you hear saplings rustle, tiny whispers translated into leaf language, and wonder if they sense Nile mud ahead. You also wonder if fish poop sunscreen will become palace fashion after melon paste evaporates in the desert sun. The thought makes you chuckle. Sleep sidles closer, tasting of grit and garlic stew. Before turning in, you give Hatshepsut one last cooling sweep, chasing dust from braided hair. She thanks you with a tired nod, then lightly punches your shoulder. Another nudge from a queen who now counts on you as both furniture and friend. You watch her disappear below deck, silhouette haloed by torchlight, and you feel the day's aches settle like silt. Night wind sighs, cool and merciful, riffling your feather tips. Somewhere astern, Banyan is dictating a storm appendix to his ledger, complete with diagrams of rat-proof papyrus storage. Across the water, cliffs glow under moonbeam frost, their red rock faces washed silver. You breathe deep. The air, finally clean, tastes of salt, aloe, and a faint promise of home. Ahead lies the long Nile, temples hungry for stories, and courtiers waiting to sniff imported incense. Behind, a sandstorm shrinks to rumor, Under the stars, you close your eyes, feathers resting on your lap, and let the ship's gentle rise and fall rock you toward sleep, the kind that feels like drifting inside a grain of frankincense, suspended in warm night, fragrant, unbreakable. You smell home long before you see it. That green mud perfume the Nile wears after flood season, sweet as melon rind, and twice as welcome after weeks of brine and sandburn. The fleet noses into Thebes at daybreak, sails slumping like tired lungs, while priests on shore strike bronze sistrums in wobbly rhythm, either from excitement or caffeine deprivation. You stand at the rail, fanning thin columns of river mist toward Hatshepsut as pink light ignites Karnak's pylons. Somewhere inside your chest, a subtle click says, history just snapped back to familiar tracks. Unloading is a blur. Ebony logs clatter onto docks. Electrum glitters like spilled sunrise, and pontoon crews manhandle those myrrh saplings as if cradling royal infants. You trail the queen through cheering crowds, feathers fluttering, aloe hat now patched with sailcloth but still the stuff of dockside legend. Every few steps children shout, "Fan us, fan lord," and you oblige with a quick swirl, earning squeals and a dozen sticky dates thrust into your hands. Joke number 1. Best payroll upgrade ever. Kids pay in sugar, and management approves. By mid-morning, you climb the limestone terrace of Deir el-Bahri, the Queen's mortuary temple, rising from the cliffs like a stack of ivory playing cards. The courtyard vibrates with chisels, tapping a syncopated hymn. Artisans perch on the wooden staging racks, carving the Punt Voyage into wall reliefs. Ships brimming with giraffes, chiefs in baboon tail cravats. Hatshepsut poised beneath a parasol, that would be your fan, stylized into divine shade. You feel oddly proud, immortalized as a palm leaf halo. Not bad for someone technically classified as portable furniture. Heat bakes the courtyard into a living kiln, so you resume duty, coaxing cooler drafts across fresh-cut stone. A foreman flags you over to arbitrate a crisis. One sculptor insists the queen's left eyebrow should arch as if greeting the dawn, while another argues for calm serenity befitting Mahat. They glare at each other through limestone, dust clouds, until you deliver a neutralizing breeze that lifts both eyebrow chalk sketches off the wall and deposits them in a pile of sandstone chips. Temporary stalemate achieved. Historians still debate whether the final eyebrow angle you later see on the finished frieze was artistic vision or a breeze-born accident. Art history occasionally pivots on gusts. Chisel chips fly, speckling your sandals like white confetti. You notice a junior carver experimenting with a new pigment made from crushed malachite and, surprise, fish poop sunscreen as binding medium. He swears it seals color against weathering and sunburn simultaneously. Unusual fact of the day: ancient chemists believed enzymes in fish waste opened the pores of stone, letting pigment sink deeper. You politely waft the aroma sideways so visiting nobles won't gag. Noon light pours down hard, turning the temple forecourt into a glow forge. Stonemasons stripped to linen waistbands, muscles corded, sweat spattering hieroglyphs before they dry. You step between scaffolds, directing breezes to keep mortar from encrusting too quickly. One mason chuckles, "Your fan's worth 2 water bearers." Joke number 2. If you ever unionize, you'll demand membership in both the Hydration Guild and the Fine Arts Society. Hatshepsut arrives to inspect progress, flanked by Vizier Hapusaneb and a trio of sandal makers measuring her stride length against future shoe inventory. She studies a panel depicting frankincense saplings being hugged by gardeners. Their smiles, borderline silly. "Make the trunks taller," she instructs, "so they don't look like cabbages." The sculptor nods, chiseling away cabbage stumps, while you swirl dust aside in delicate puffs. Each tap sends echoes ricocheting off the cliffs, a percussion line, under the endless cicada buzz. Beyond the temple ramp, supply carts shuttle crates of beetle crimson paint. You recall quarry days, the scent of powdered carapace in the air, and grin at the full circle irony. A painter beckons you to test airflow over a drying panel. Too much breeze, pigment cracks. Too little, it pools. You find the sweet spot by counting 3 heartbeats per fan stroke. Later, he gifts you a brush tipped with gold leaf as thanks. You dub it the featherless feather, then immediately use it to flick a playful streak on Banyan's elbow as he tallies shipping receipts. Nearby, Banyan yelps, convinced a scarab dive-bombed him. Joke number 3 lands with satisfying accuracy. Afternoon shadows lengthen, painting reliefs in high-contrast stripes that make carved sails ripple as if wind-blown. The eyebrow duel resumes. The Greeting Dawn faction now uses a flexible copper template, while Serenity loyalists appeal directly to the queen. Hatshepsut listens, glances at you, and asks, "Which eyebrow soothed me more during the sandstorm?" You recall her grim grin beneath stinging grit and suggest, "Ahem," slightly lifted, but not mocking, the sculptor's compromise on a graceful arc that whispers confidence without tipping into smirk. Crisis resolved. Eyebrow equality achieved. A scribe records day's progress on fresh papyrus, then complains a breeze keeps blowing his ink sand, dry too soon. You lower fan tempo to soft sigh, turning air pages at a gentler rate. He thanks you by jotting your name, or an approximation, glyph of feather plus walking legs, into the margin as auxiliary of temperature. Promotion or pun. Either way, your job title continues to evolve. Supper brings lentil stew spiced with a dash of punt resin. Subtle, smoky, strangely nostalgic. Workers sit in clusters under torchlight, swapping voyage stories. The baboon's melon heist, cinnamon storm biscuits, hippo bubble sonar. Laughter ricochets off columns and up the cliff face, where night jars swoop through torches like living commas punctuating the dark. You circulate, cooling sweaty brows and reheating jokes. Yes, the aloe hat survived. Yes, fish poop sunscreen is still disgusting. No, you will not demonstrate baboon tail necktie etiquette. Before moonrise, Hatshepsut climbs the upper terrace alone. You trail at a respectful distance, fan-cradled. She gazes across the Nile Valley. Fields flooded silver, village fires twinkling like grounded constellations. Wind lifts her braids. You add a measured counter breeze, aligning cloth and comfort. "Look," she whispers, pointing to the half-carved obelisks now standing sentinel in Karnak's glow. Stone speaks slowly, but it never forgets. You nod, feathers rustling assent. She turns, eyes reflecting the torchlight and stars together. When these walls are done, she says, people will walk here centuries from now, breathe resin on the air, and think they can still hear rowing drums. You know she's right. The chisels below keep time like distant heartbeats. Somewhere in the dark, a mason taps the final strike of the day, and the echo lingers longer than sound should. You realize it's lodging in memory already, layering itself into future dreams. Down the ramp, torches dim, workers peel away toward pallet beds. You escort the queen back through hushed colonnades scented with drying paint and hot limestone. She retires behind cedar doors, thanking you with a weary smile and a command, rest. Tomorrow, eyebrow debates continue. You chuckle and pocket the gold-tipped brush as souvenir. Outside, night settles cool and velvety. You lean against a scaffold post, unfolding the fan one last time. A gentle swirl lifts limestone dust into a faint glitter, like stars rehearsing before the curtain. Somewhere, a temple cat pads by, tail high, inspecting the day's carving, then curls atop a warm block to sleep. You take the cue, letting arms fall slack, while the cliffs cradle every echo. In your drifting mind, sails still ripple, drum still, guard cadence, and a queen's brow arches just so, forever fanned by the hush between stone and wind. Morning drums ripple through Karnak like caffeine for stone, and you jolt awake to find the entire temple complex pulsing with preparations for the Opet festival. Incense curls in fat ribbons. Priests whirl around in the sapphire-dyed linen, and somewhere a trumpeter is testing notes high enough to exfoliate the pigeons. You grab your trusty ostrich feather fan, still bearing a hint of punt resin, and hustle to your post beside Hatshepsut, who already radiates that "let's parade a god" energy. Today, a moon's gilded bark will travel from Karnak to Luxor, carried on the shoulders of priests, while crowds chant their shopping lists of wishes. The procession is half pilgrimage, half block party, and all humidity. So your mission is simple. Keep the pharaoh from liquefying in public. You begin a slow, steady sweep of air, timing each stroke with the bass of ceremonial sistrums. Somewhere, behind you, sacred geese honk in what might be C-sharp. They've been fed fermented grain for calmness, and now waddle like tipsy wedding guests. Joke number 1 writes itself. Even temple waterfowl need liquid courage for a 6-kilometer hike. The avenue of sphinxes swarms with artisans, pinning papyrus garlands to everything that doesn't move, and a few things that do. One garland lands on your shoulder. You flick it off with a flourish, accidentally catapulting a shower of petals across Vizier Hapusaneb's bald spot. He glares, then smirks, adds gravitas, don't you think? You salute with the fan, chalking up joke number 2. Free floral toupees for management. Hatshepsut steps onto a cedar platform draped in gold mesh. She wears the tall blue Kepresh crown today, studded with electrum rosettes fresh from punt. The sun ricochets off each stud, sending laser dots across temple columns like divine disco balls. You angle the breeze to cool her nape, while a choir of priests begins the opening of the mouth ritual on Amun's statue, essentially a sacred wake-up call involving incense, milk, and a spoon carved like a heron's beak. Historians still debate whether this ceremony truly fed the god or just impressed the taxpayers, but everyone agrees it smells amazing, with a rumble of drums and a collective grunt from brawny shoulders. The bark rises. The moment it clears its trestle, the crowd surges like soda fizz. Flower petals rain, tambourines clash, women ululate so enthusiastically the sacred geese pause mid-hiccup to listen. You and the queen fall into step, your fan beating a metronome just ahead of her stride. Each waft presses away incense smoke, thick enough to pickle a camel. Each return stroke lifts the lavender scent of lotus oil from her skin. Mid-procession, a group of acolytes passes, carrying offering trays piled with bread loaves shaped like little cows. They've been glazed in honey until they shine like lacquered toys. One loaf tumbles off, rolling to your sandals. You deftly kick it back into place. Goal, prompting cheers from nearby children. Joke number 3. Soccer, invented by pastry. The parade inches forward beneath Karnak's towering pylons, then spills onto the open avenue flanked by ram-headed sphinxes. Heat multiplies here, bouncing between sandstone walls until even shadows feel boiled. You double the fan tempo, shoulders singing protest, but the airflow keeps Hatshepsut's brow dry. She nods gratitude, then eyes a knot of nobles clustered under a parasol the size of a sail. Efficient, she murmurs, but lacking style. You consider offering them a group discount breeze. Decide against it. Nobles can sweat democratically. Ahead, dancers from Nubia twirl ostrich plume fans twice the size of yours, choreographing spirals that look suspiciously like advanced guerrilla marketing. One dancer winks as he pirouettes by, fluffing your feathers with his own draft. You grin. Fan solidarity crosses kingdom lines. Halfway to Luxor, the procession pauses at a waystation shrine. Priests slip the statue onto a resting trestle, while musicians switch from drums to delicate reed flutes. Time for Amun's snack break. Attendants present fresh figs, beer, and, curiously, a bowl of melon seed sunscreen. Unusual fact of the day. Some theologians believed the god's gold leaf might tarnish under fierce sun unless an offering of cooling paste was symbolically applied. Whether Amun actually needed SPF or merely enjoyed a good spa treatment remains an open footnote in temple archives. As offerings commence, a sudden gust topples a stack of incense cones, sending them skittering like burning marbles. Smoke erupts, blanketing the platform. Without missing a beat, you pivot behind Hatshepsut and generate a reverse flow, siphoning the haze away in a tidy vortex that lifts clear over the priests' heads. The crowd gasps. Some swear they saw the smoke form, the hieroglyph, for breeze. Later, scribes will argue whether that was divine approval or simple fluid dynamics. You just roll your wrists and keep the miracle moving. Procession resumes, crossing the Nile on a fleet of painted barges. Rowers chant, oars dip, and distant cymbals shimmer across water like liquid coins. You station yourself windward of the Queen, shielding her from river spray that smells suspiciously like catfish and algae smoothie. She exhales a laugh as droplets mist your feathers. Even the Nile wants a souvenir, she says. You flick the excess water onto Hatshepsut's new floral headpiece for cooling effect. He accepts the drip with stoic resignation. Luxor Temple looms ahead, pylons garlanded in fresh palm fronds. Crowds roar louder than hippos at mating hour as the statue of a moon glides ashore. The bark slides into its shrine niche. Priests lock gilded doors, and trumpets blare a final, triumphant chord that threatens to dislodge ceramic roof tiles. Exhausted dancers sprawl on courtyard stones. Geese collapse in feathered heaps, and children dart everywhere, collecting fallen petals like treasure. You shepherd Hatshepsut through the temple's inner court, fanning her cooling path toward a throne platform draped in crimson. She settles, eyes sparkling with the satisfaction of a plan executed in full technicolor. A herald proclaims blessings. The crowd thunders back praise. You ease into a slower breeze, letting the day's heat seep out like steam from fresh bread. After formalities, the queen leans your way, voice barely above the hum. 3 times the distance, twice the heat. No fainting, promotion pending. You grin, already imagining the carved relief. You, immortalized, next to Nubian fan dancers, sacred geese, and a bowl of sunscreen fit for a god. Dusk paints Luxor gold, then mauve. Torches ignite, casting leaping halos on pillars, while musicians slip into softer melodies. Harps, lutes, the purr of distant sistrums. Festival stalls pop up along the avenue, hawking fig honey pastries shaped like miniature obelisks, and clay amulets stamped with, what else? Tiny fans. Merchants shout that a single waft brings good dreams. You snicker, considering royalties. As night deepens, you guide Hatshepsut to her river barge quarters. She pauses at the threshold, inhaling lotus-scented dusk, and murmurs, "Let them remember the breeze." You bow, feathers sweeping low, and the door closes softly behind her. Back on deck, you unfold the fan once more. Cool night air slides across the Nile, lifting torch smoke skyward. Phosphorescent insects bob around the prow like floating sparks. You stir the air in gentle circles, off duty but unable to resist, and watch the smoke ascend straight, unbroken, as if Amun himself is riding it back to the stars. Far below, sacred geese snore in chorus, nobles mop brows with wilted garlands, and somewhere a scribe revises his eyewitness account to include your smoke hieroglyph miracle. You lean against the rail, letting the feather tips rest at last. In the hush, the day replays. Drums, pedals, sunscreen offerings, eyebrow-level diplomacy of breezes. Tomorrow, the festival's return leg will beckon, and your arms will ache anew, but for this shimmering moment, you simply breathe the river's cool hush. A single papyrus lantern drifts by, candlelight swaying. You nudge it onward with the gentlest puff, just enough to set it sailing toward Karnak, bearing wishes on flame. Then you close your eyes, lulled by lapping water and the echo of distant flutes, and let the festival exhale you into sleep. Nightflower perfumes drift over Luxor like a lullaby for stone when you slip back into Karnak's sacred precinct, torch in hand, feathers balanced, and eyelids heavy from festival afterglow. But rest is postponed. Word has spread that Amun himself will speak through his oracle chamber this very night. The boy king Thutmose III, still officially co-ruler, has requested a private audience to hear whether the god approves of his stepmother's brand new title list. You, meanwhile, are drafted because even divinity appreciates a thoughtful breeze in a torchlit room that smells like a frankincense volcano. The procession is quieter than daylight pageants. No brass blasts, no confetti geese, just soft sandals, scuffing sandstone, and the hush of expectation, thick as honey. You trail behind Hatshepsut and the small cortege, your ostrich feather fan slicing lazy arcs that guide lantern smoke upward instead of into mortal lungs. Cicadas drone a bass line, while faraway priests hum chords that vibrate in your chest like distant thunder. You duck beneath lintels painted midnight blue with gold stars, and each breath tastes of warm resin and old secrets coughed up by walls that have been eavesdropping for centuries. At the heart of the complex waits the Holy of Holies, a box-shaped sanctuary blocked from moonlight by triple doors and curiosity by triple warnings. Only oracles, pharaohs, and, lucky you, personal attendants allowed for climate control may enter. The hidden priest already crouches behind a cedar screen, throat coated in milk and myrrh syrup, so his whispers will emerge booming like surround sound. It's the ancient world's best backstage voiceover booth. Historians still debate whether congregations truly believed gods spoke here, or whether everyone played along because the special effects were just that impressive. You station yourself near a brazen bowl of coals, where frankincense chunks sizzle and pop. The heat radiates like an angry campfire, so you lean in, catch the updraft, and bounce it across the queen's shoulders, crafting a gentle swirl that feels almost cool by comparison. She draws a composed breath, palms the crook and flail cymbals across her lap, and glances sidelong. You recognize the familiar what-if grin. What if the god sneezes? What if the priest hiccups? What if my hat falls off mid-prophecy? You counter with a tiny wink and a steady fanning rhythm, because someone here must pretend calm is standard operating procedure. The boy king steps forward first, cheeks twitching between awe and teenage impatience. Two acolytes lift Amun's gold leaf effigy onto a waist-high stand, light glinting off its ram horn crown. They back away, leaving silence so thick you could slice it with a wax tablet stylus. From behind the cedar lattice, the priest intakes a breath. Somewhere, a cricket over-eagerly chirps, then goes awkwardly quiet, like it realized it invited itself to the wrong Zoom call. Joke number 1 flickers in your thoughts. Even insects fear public speaking. A voice booms, low, echoing. I, Amun, who breathe the north wind, greet my children. You nearly drop the fan. No matter how many stage rehearsals you witness, that baritone rattle still raises arm hairs like tiny temple pillars. Thutmose's eyes round, reflecting torch flames. Hatshepsut's chin tilts in practiced regal acceptance. The oracle continues. Lavish blessings, poetic lines about lilies opening to the sun, assorted backtacks, reminders disguised as moral imperatives. Then comes the core question: which among you shall guide the two lands? A silence yawns. Your fan strokes slow, feather tips barely whispering. The hidden priest inhales. Faint wooden creak betrays him shifting positions. Note to self: lubricate oracle stools. The voice returns. Queen Hatshepsut shall bear the crook, for she shelters all beneath her breeze. You blink. Did the god just credit you? Hatshepsut hides a smile. Thutmose's brow furrows. The crowd exhales relief louder than incense sputter. Unusual fact of the night. Some oracle scripts deliberately mention environmental comforts, believing pleasant surroundings encourage favorable divine pronouncements. Tonight's breeze might have pushed prophecy over the finish line. Tension dissolves like wax in desert noon. Thutmose bows stiffly. Less submission. More will discuss this later on the practice battlefield. And steps back. You pulse a gentle draft his way for courtesy. He pointedly ignores it. Joke number 2 bubbles up. Teenage angst survives longer than pyramids. A final blessing tumbles from cedar screen acoustics, declaring fertility for Nile banks, safe trade routes, and lower papyrus prices. Cheers from scribes. Garlands of blue, lotus are unfurled. Musicians strike soft chord progressions on arched harps. The oracle curtains rustle. Backstage priest probably wiping sweat that no one is fanning for him. You shepherd aromatic clouds out the doorway before they choke the exiting entourage. Then guide Hatshepsut down the narrow hall toward midnight's open air. Outside, the horizon blushes lavender. Stars blink like they overslept. You escort the queen through colonnades where torch shadows flicker over punt reliefs still wet with fresh pigment. Artists pull all-nighters, so colors set before dawn dew. The fish poop binder aroma hasn't even faded. You steer the breeze to spare their nostrils, while they paint Amun's oracle scene. Already rumor has sprinted from sanctuary to scaffold. God praises Queen's shade-bearer. Your ears burn, half pride, half please don't carve my nose. Wrong. Halfway across the courtyard, Hatshepsut stops beside a lotus pool, reflecting Sirius at zenith. She sinks onto a low sandstone bench, motions you to sit at her feet, a privilege both cozy and calf-cramping. She whispers, "Did you hear him? The breeze line." You nod, bashful. "Then this kingdom owes you a breeze as well." She scoops a handful of cool pool water and flicks it over your head. Droplets sparkle, smelling faintly of river mud and lily sap. Memory locks in. The night the pharaoh gave the fan-bearer a royal spritz. Historians will debate my reign, she adds, voice distant, half to you, half to water spirits. But they will know the god spoke clearly tonight. She looks almost sorry for the boy king, whose silhouette now paces beneath shadowed columns, spear-sparking frustration against the flags. You think of sibling rivalries, of eyebrow debates, of political weather systems swirling beyond a mere breeze's reach. But your task remains simple. Make turbulent moments breathable. Joke number 3 drifts across your mind. You're basically history's air filter. Slivers of dawn begin to peel the sky, dragging silver threads through cobalt. Temple guards extinguish torches. The scent of their tallow smoke surrenders to mourning fig trees. Painters pack up, covering wet reliefs with linen awnings. The oracle priest emerges, throat raw, nodding thanks before slathering his vocal cords with honey. You salute him with a feathery half-bow, a quiet guild acknowledgement. Good acoustics tonight, colleague. Hatshepsut rises, damp from dew, and gestures homeward. As you escort her, you notice the first merchants already lining the avenue, hoping to sell miniature oracle amulets before sunup. One hawker waves a wooden trinket shaped like, you guessed it, a fan. You laugh aloud. Maybe royalties are indeed forthcoming. Back at royal quarters, servants light cedar oil lamps, and the queen dismisses everyone but you. She hands you a folded linen square embroidered with Amun's ram and a tiny plume motif. A token, she says. Keep it near your wrist. May the breeze never falter. You tuck it under the fan strap, feeling its weight like a soft vow. She retreats behind beaded curtains. You tiptoe to your pallet on the veranda roof. The world below hushes into twilight gray, only distant shuttles of loom workers breaking the stillness. You set the fan beside your head, its feathers splayed like a sleeping bird's wings, and stretch aching shoulders against cool sandstone. Eyes flutter. In the private cinema of half-sleep, you replay cedar screen echoes, painted eyebrows, and lotus-perfumed water flicking over your brow. Final thought before dreams claim you. Even gods, apparently, enjoy a well-timed draft. And so, by proxy, do queens, priests, painters, and perhaps one sulky heir apparent. Breeze broker, myth midwife, sleep shepherd. You glide into slumber, lulled by the faint rustle of feathers and the whispered gratitude of a kingdom inhaling easier because you are there. Dawn sidles into Thebes, wearing molten gold, and you're already on the temple roof, trying to decide whether the sky is on fire or simply showing off. Either way, the brand new obelisk, crouched below you, has dressed for the occasion. Fresh, gilding glints so fiercely, you half expect Ra himself to squint. You flex the ostrich feather fan, still scented with leftover lotus oil from last night's oracle shift, and sweep a trial breeze over your cheeks. Good. You'll need every practiced swirl today, because masonry crews have invited half the city to witness the great capstone crowning, and nothing draws perspiration faster than civic pride. The obelisk, you notice, no longer resembles the dusty granite hulk you coaxed through quarry chaos. Its shaft is polished to a rosy glow, beetle crimson hieroglyphs snaking upward in glossy ribbons that catch the sunrise like gemstone graffiti. Remember the crushed carapace paint you helped test at the quarry? There it is, singing color across stone older than half the genealogy tableau in Karnak's archives. Joke number one flicks through your mind. Beetles, nature's unpaid art interns. Below, a scaffold swarm of masons fusses with ropes, the thickness of Nile pythons. One lifts a clay pot of fish poop binder, apparently now the painter's secret sauce of the week, and slaps another coat around a glyph shaped like a duck wearing a crown. You waft a gentle breeze. to keep the smell from gagging the onlookers. Though a few nobles still wrinkle noses and blame the plebes, up on a side platform stands Hatshepsut, gleaming Kepresh, blue against a backdrop of flaming sky. She spots you, raises 2 fingers, your silent signal. Ready the airfield. You answer with a dramatic flourish. Feathers swooshing like a stage curtain. Trumpets blare, drums thunder, and then, slowly, the capstone ascends, hoisted by a pulley array that looks more like a harp built by a mad carpenter. Its tiny pyramid, a perfect pyramid within a much bigger one, gleams with electrum so bright it tattoos after images across your eyelids. But that's not the real gossip magnet today. Whispers coil through the crowd. That isn't plain gold. Heard. There's meteor iron up there too. A scribe behind you waves a wax tablet sporting sketches of star streaks. Unusual fact of the morning. Egyptians called meteoric iron metal of heaven, convinced it carried divine voltage because it literally fell from the sky. Historians still debate whether meteor shards really form the capstone or if marketing masterminds just sprinkled cosmic pixie dust into conversation to boost monument merch sales. Either way, the rumor sparkles. You step into position behind Hatshepsut as priests chant, "Heaven upon earth, stone upon sky, mate upon all." Your task, make sure her regal stare remains shimmer-free, sweatless, basically mythic. You whip the fan in long, slow arcs, catching Dawn's updraft and sending it spiraling across her shoulders. She exhales, calm, commanding, maybe a smidge, caffeine deprived from last night's oracle overtime. Joke number 2 slides out under your breath. At least this monument doesn't need melon seed sunscreen. She smirks, remembering the Kamsin fiasco that nearly turned half the fleet into salted jerky. The ropes groan, the capstone inches higher. Masons shout coded numbers, somewhere between mathematics and prayer, while sap glue cauldrons bubble on fire pits below, ready to seal heavenly metal to earthly stone. A baboon, giant star of previous voyages, has been leashed as official mascot, and now hoots commentary from a nearby column. It spots your fan flourish and mimics the motion with its tail, whipping dust into the face of Vizier Hapusaneb. The vizier's new floral toupee, leftover from Opet festivities, tumbles off, landing petal side down. You bite your tongue. Joke number 3 practically writes itself, but diplomacy over ridicule. Breeze him discreetly instead, blowing petals into a graceful vortex that recrowns his head in one miraculous swoop. Crowd gasps. Hapusaneb grins, adjusting imaginary laurels. Finally, with a soft clunk, audible clear across the river, the capstone kisses the obelisk tip. Ropes slacken. A hush expands. Wide, sacred, electric. Then the sun, as if cued by stagehands, fires a direct beam at the meteoric cap. Light ricochets down the shaft, igniting every beetle crimson hieroglyph in a cascade of copper fire. You feel warmth brush your face, followed by an even warmer roar from spectators. Somewhere in that echo, you hear kids chanting, "Space rock, space rock." Marketing mission accomplished. Hatshepsut lifts her flail, voice carrying crisp and steady. "Behold," she proclaims, "the pillar that weds heaven to truth. Let its point Remind every dawn that Mott lives not in words alone, but in deeds carved to scrape the sky. You amplify her gravitas with a whisper of breeze that sends her cloak billowing like a banner of discipline and mercy. Scribal styluses scratch at frantic tempo. One breaks in half, ink splattering the papyrus like a startled squid. Expect footnotes about deity-approved ventilation in tomorrow's temple gossip rag. Priests proceed to smear the lower shaft with thick resin and powdered turquoise, protective sealant that also glitters photogenically. You drift along the base perimeter, deflecting resin fumes away from onlookers wearing delicate noses. A teenage sculptor sidles up, eyes wide. He asks if meteors are really stones that fell from the Field of Reeds supermarket of the gods. You chuckle, tell him they're cosmic breadcrumbs travelers drop during sky voyages. His jaw hangs. You wink. Every myth needs garnish. Ceremony winds into communal breakfast. Bakers roll out platters of honey circles dusted with cinnamon gravel. The storm biscuits have followed you home. You snag one, discovering beetle crimson swirl icing courtesy of leftover paint pigment. Probably safe. You eat anyway, tongue staining magenta. Behind you, the baboon swipes two biscuits, flicking them at Thutmose Thurry's sandals. The boy king flicks them back with his spear tip. Tiny pastry volleys of suppressed resentment. You maintain neutral fanning for both sides, because heat politics is real. As sunlight rises harsher, you keep breezes coursing along relief-laden walls. Granite still radiates morning's fiery blessing, but your feather strokes siphon it away, gifting masons a cooler workspace. You overhear them debating whether the capstone's meteor iron might magnetize birds into orbit. One wagers a week's beer rations that pigeons will slam into it by sunset. Historians of the future will file this under avian engineering myths, but you quietly hope for no sacrificial pigeons. Bird guts are nightmare to scrub off gilding. Late morning, Hatshepsut retreats beneath a linen awning to review dedication stela drafts. You dutifully hover, coaxing stray motes from her parchment. She glances up, eyes reflecting obelisk fire, and murmurs, "Strange, isn't it? We drag heaven down to earth, and yet it's the breeze, barely seen, that makes the moment bearable." You're not sure whether to bow or shrug, so you compromise. Dip the fan in a graceful half arc that seems to say exactly. She smiles, genuine, sun-warmed, glorious. Eventually, the crowd disperses. Masons stack rope coils, and priests extinguish resin fires. You step back, surveying sky-piercing granite, now crowned with star metal. Somewhere in your memory echoes the quarry's dust-choked dawn, the punt sails, the sandstorm gale. All roads led here, to this singular glint stabbing the heavens, and to the hush of wind. You keep weaving around a woman determined to outshine even meteor iron. You lower the fan, rest it on your shoulder, and taste new air, still hot, still smelling, faintly of fish poop binder, but tinged now with something sharper, maybe cosmic, maybe just pride. And you think, let the next generation debate meteorites or marketing. My job is simply to keep the sky cool enough for ambition to stand. With that, you turn toward the shade, feathers trailing a quiet breeze that swirls around your ankles and spirals up the obelisk one last time, like applause made of air. Royal life you discover, is equal parts gold bullion and teenage hormones, and no chamber showcases that balance better than the royal nursery turned training court perched behind the palace barracks. The place once echoed with lullabies and rattles. Now it crackles with wooden practice swords smashing against wicker targets, punctuated by grunts that sound suspiciously like bad words half swallowed for etiquette's sake. You arrive just after dawn, summoned to keep the air moving, while Thutmose III, 16 now, limbs all angles and ambition, hacks imaginary enemies to splinters under the watchful eye of Hatshepsut's master-at-arms. A dozen shield-bearers form a semicircle, their bronze bucklers catching the sunrise as they shuffle left, right, in perfect sync. Thutmose darts among them, cotton tunic plastered to his narrow back, curly hair damp enough to fling sweat arcs every time he spins. You take position between him and Hatshepsut, who reclines on a low cedar bench beneath a linen canopy, then set the ostrich feathers whirring. Immediate purpose: siphon furnace heat from the future pharaoh's temper before it combusts in front of his stepmother. Secondary purpose: protect the queen from splinter shrapnel, because royal silk is allergic to flying lumber. The boy lunges, wooden khopesh, carving an arc so tight it whistles. Thwack! He connects, rattling the wicker dummy. Splinters burst, like popcorn. One skids to rest near Hatshepsut's sandal. She smiles, a mild, regal nod, as if to say, good form, but maybe aim farther from my pedicure next time. You tilt the fan, swirling the air so that the dust cloud floats politely away rather than settling on the queen's lap. Joke number 1 hums in your mind. Feng Shui by Feather Duster. Across the yard, the master-at-arms claps twice. Again, but tighter footwork. Thutmose mutters something about tight as a sling knot and resets. You hear the friction in his voice, the same grit that flashed in his eyes after the oracle's proclamation. Historians still debate whether this adolescence formed the kernel of later resentments, or if palace gossip simply exaggerated every glower. But standing here now, you sense a storm cell swirling behind the boy's furrowed brow. The midday sun climbs quickly. Training sand begins to shimmer. You shift stance, intensifying the breeze across both monarch and air. Hatshepsut, noticing, pats the bench. Invitation to sit. Protocol screams no, but she's the sitting pharaoh, so protocol politely adjusts. You fold onto the edge of the cedar slat, still fanning, your knee juddering with the percussion of sword strikes. Watch his shoulders, she whispers. He telegraphs on the backswing. You squint. Indeed, Thutmose's shoulder blade twitches a heartbeat before each cut. Should I mention it? You ask. She shakes her head. He'll learn when sparring stops being a solo performance. There's affection in her tone, but also the chill of strategic patience. A young prince's entourage hovers nearby. Tutors clutching scrolls, stable boys holding towels, a physician gripping a jar of lettuce seed tonic, said to calm athletic hearts. Little known fact: lettuce, sacred to the fertility god. Min, doubles as royal sports drink. It tastes like watered grass, but evidently keeps cramps at bay. You waft the tonic's faintly bitter aroma away from the queen. Fermented vegetables are not palace-worthy perfume. Thutmose launches into a complex drill. 3 fast slashes, pivot, shield punch. He missteps, ankle sliding in loose sand, and the wooden edge glances off his own wrist. He curses, not terribly creative, something about hippopotamus dung, and whips around to glare at the audience. His gaze snags on Hatshepsut, then on you, then back to her, as if calculating whether the breeze makes the duel harder or easier. Sweat beads on his brow. You flick a gentle gust his way. He scowls deeper, as though comfort equals condescension. Joke number 2 stays internal. Teenage logic. Everything is either sabotage or smothering, occasionally both. Sip. The physician urges, offering the lettuce tonic. Thutmose bats the jar aside, liquid sloshing onto the sand. The stable boy flinches. You swirl air to keep the spill's vegetal smell from drifting queenward. Hatshepsut rises, crosses the training ring, and picks up the discarded jar. She takes a small sip herself, demonstration in humility, and hands it back. Even gods water their cedar groves, she says calmly. The prince's jaw tightens, but he swallows a gulp. Crisis diffused with lettuce diplomacy. Training resumes. This time, Thutmose's footwork tightens. The shoulder tell shrinks. The master-at-arms nods approval. You feel, not see. Hatshepsut exhale. A breeze nudges her braid. You realize it's your own fan slowing in relief. Yet tension returns when the weapons rack appears. Real bronze kopeshis. Edges muted with wax, but still lethal in theory. The boy's eyes ignite, hungry for metal's heft. Hatshepsut waves the master-at-arms closer, whispers instructions. He nods reluctantly, swapping bronze blades for heavier wooden ones, layered with lead inserts. Stinging force without fatal risk. Thutmose frowns, but lifts 2 practice swords regardless. His first swing sends a boom through the courtyard floor. Sand jumps like popcorn. You crank the fan to match the new ferocity. Air spinning gritty arcs that dissipate before touching. The queen, mid-bout, Prince Thutmose breaks formation, strides toward your bench. Sweat streaks his cheeks, and sawdust freckles his arms. He stops, planting the tip of one practice blade in the sand. Am I sweating too much for your breeze, servant? The words aren't cruel, just charged with adolescent thunder. You meet his gaze, steady, not challenging, and say, breeze, can't stop effort, my prince. Only keep effort from cooking the mind. He huffs, but a flicker of amusement cracks his glare. He backs away and resumes drills with an extra spark. Proof that sometimes cryptic fan wisdom beats lettuce tonics. Hatshepsut leans in. Thank you, she murmurs. He listens when the wind speaks. You shrug. Or would, if shoulders weren't busy. Joke number 3 flits out. I'm just the kingdom's air traffic controller. She actually laughs, eyes softer, then returns her focus to the prince. Hours slip by. Sun arcs, heat swells, and your arms ache in familiar rhythm. The prince's strikes grow precise, almost elegant. When at last the master-at-arms calls halt, Thutmose bows, a crisp, respectful angle, first to his instructor, then, noticeably, to Hatshepsut. She answers, with equal gravity. Some knot in the courtyard atmosphere untangles enough to let cicadas buzz again. As servants hand out date honey cakes and goat milk water, you continue gentle fanning to waft cooling drafts over flushed trainees. The physician approaches, tonic jar nearly empty. Would the breeze maker care for the final sip? You decline politely. Lettuce has had enough screen time today. Dusk bleeds amber across sandstone. Workers dismantle target dummies. Stable boys scoop splinters into baskets destined for bakery fires. Nothing goes to waste. You watch the prince stride off with tutors, energy still crackling, yet tempered. Hatshepsut lingers by the weapons rack, trailing a finger along a wax-blunted bronze edge. He's nearly grown, she says, half to you, half to ghosts of strategy meetings yet to come. And someday, he'll raise real iron against foes I may never meet. You tilt the fan, delivering a final breeze that flutters her linen sleeve. Iron cools slower than temper, you offer. She smiles at the proverb yet to be. Together, you exit the training court, footsteps crunching in sand now streaked violet by twilight. Night-born wind flows across the Nile, teasing lotus lamps to shimmer. You fold the fan, muscles buzzing, and feel today's labor settle into memory. Splinter clouds, lettuce diplomacy, a royal eyebrow that never twitched in irritation. Back in your quarters, you'll find beetle crimson dust in your hair, and maybe a stray fragment of Prince Splinter in your sandal. You'll rinse, rest, and be ready, because tomorrow's breeze may need to soothe a diplomat, or ignite a monument, or hush another storm brewing in teenage eyes. But tonight, the kingdom drifts under a patient sky, and you drift with it, content to be the invisible hinge on which tempers swing and settle, fluttering quietly toward sleep. Dawn peels itself over Deir el-Bahri like warm honey, sticky and gold, and you are already guiding a pre-breakfast breeze along the freshly swept causeway. Today is unveiling day. The queen's statues and the spoils of Punt tableau that artisans have labored over since the flotilla docked. Colossal figures stand shrouded in linen, taller than palm trees, their outlines so imposing that even the cliffs seem to lean in for a peek. Down the ramp, masons pace with nervous energy, muttering prayers to Ta, while carpenters test the tension on rope pulleys one last time, because nothing spoils a ceremony like gravity remembering its job too early. You take your station beside Hatshepsut, who arrives in a pleated saffron cloak, the exact shade of sunrise. She tilts her head, watching dust devils chase each other across the courtyard, and you answer with a deliberate swirl of your ostrich feathers, clearing the air in her immediate orbit. Somewhere behind you, an apprentice drops a chisel. The clatter ricochets off limestone like a wayward drum roll. The master sculptor hisses, "Save that for the reveal." Joke number 1 sparks in your mind. Spontaneous percussion keeps the gods awake. Trumpets blare, linen drapes billow as crews tug on braided cords, and suddenly the first statue emerges. Hatshepsut herself, twice life-size, carved from rosy quartzite that catches the light like living flesh. She stands in the classic Osiride pose, arms crossed, crook and flail in hand, chin lifted just enough to suggest she might be judging your haircut. A ripple of awe runs through the gathered courtiers. The queen's expression softens, equal parts pride, and are we sure that nose looks like mine? A second tug, and another giant form appears. A pun-tight envoy, carved mid-stride, balancing an offering tray of ebony and incense. The sculptor has captured the foreigner's distinctive peaked cap and elongated neck with almost affectionate precision. Murmurs spread. Some nobles have never seen their southern trading partners outside of papyrus illustrations. You catch a whispered comparison to cranes in court dress and send a breeze to hush the tittering before diplomacy wilts. Artisans scramble to remove scaffolding planks, unveiling a procession of lesser yet still monumental pieces. Giraffes rearing against invisible acacia branches, sailors hauling myrrh saplings in weighted baskets, even the infamous baboon immortalized. Mid-melon theft, mouth open in triumphant screech, children on their parents' shoulders point and squeal. You can't resist leaning toward Hatshepsut and murmuring, "Your Highness, at least the melon won't go missing from that one." She chuckles, a soft, genuine sound that catches on the wind like a private bell. Midway down the causeway stands a curious addition, a row of real, living incense trees in massive alabaster planters, their fragile roots wrapped in Nile silt burlap. They sway gently, thanks in part to your managed updraft, exuding a faint, peppery fragrance that laces the morning air. Carved stone placards lean against each pot, yet none are inscribed. The head gardener scratches his beard, fretting over proper titles. Should we call them trees of the divine expedition? Or simply royal saplings? An overseer scoffs, arguing that names are superfluous. The scent is signature enough. You swirl a breeze through the leaves, releasing a stronger waft that momentarily settles the dispute by making everyone too blissed out to argue. Historians still debate whether Hatshepsut intended these live saplings as diplomatic trophies, experimental orchard starters, or outdoor air fresheners for the temple forecourt. Whatever her plan, the logistics are astounding. Watering schedules timed to Nile humidity cycles, burlap infused with fish oil to deter root rot, and your personal pledge to fan away desert grit until the trees take to Egyptian soil like they never knew punt. A herald steps forward, bronze cymbals shimmering. "Behold," he cries, "the wonders brought by our great mistress of two lands, proof that distant horizons bend to Egypt's gentle command." On cue, priests ignite censers packed with a fresh batch of imported frankincense. Smoke coils upward, only to be shepherded sideways by your feathers, so it frames the statues rather than fogging the queen's view. The crowd gasps at the theatrical flourish. A passing scribe scribbles, "Breeze may be divine in disguise," into his margin notes. Joke number 2, add special effects coordinator to your growing resume. With formalities concluded, people surge forward for closer inspection. You shadow Hatshepsut as she strolls between plinths, touching a giraffe's polished flank here, adjusting a sailor's rope detail there. She pauses before the baboon statue, smirking at the lifelike stone melon. "Forever guilty," she says. You fan a playful gust that rustles the baboon's carved fur with dust motes, as though even limestone mischief makers cannot escape a gentle reprimand. Next come the trees. Garden priests huddle, debating signage again. One suggests gilded labels for each species, Boswellia sacra, Commiphora myrrha. Another argues using poetic epithets like breath of gods and tears of dawn. You interject with a breeze strong enough to flap their papyri, joking that the trees already introduced themselves. No subtitles needed. Laughter ripples, tension melts like beeswax near a brazier. Joke number 3 sticks the landing. Heat climbs, artisans unfurl reed mats, inviting dignitaries to sip pomegranate cordial while they admire the sculptures. Citrusy scent mingles with resin, creating an olfactory tug of war that even your fan can't referee. Unusual fact of the day drifts into conversation. The quartzite used for the Queen's likeness traveled overland from Gebel El Ahmar quarry on sleds greased with, yes, fish poop slurry. Apparently, the Swiss Army knife of ancient construction. You swirl air just in time to direct a few gagged coughs away from the royal ears. As noonlight intensifies, gold leaf on the capstone above starts to shimmer like a lighthouse for sun worshippers, and shadow lines from the statues stretch cool stripes across the paving blocks. Children hopscotch these stripes, pretending they're walking the decks of punt ships. You lift the breeze in playful pulses, giving their linen tunics a sailful feel, and the courtyard erupts with giggles. Finally, the Queen climbs the central dais for closing remarks. She speaks of journeys and stone, of fragrance carried across seas, and courage anchored in granite. Her voice glides on the gentle current you maintain, each syllable crisp despite the thickening heat. She ends with a vow. May these gifts remind us that horizons are invitations, not boundaries. Applause thunders. Drums answer. Distant ibises lift into the sky as if seconding the motion. When the crowd disperses for midday shade, you remain a moment longer, standing between living resin trees and their giant stone storytellers. Sunlight dances through green leaves, casting dappled patterns over quartzite faces, one alive, one immortal, both breathing, thanks in part to you. You fold the fan, tuck it beneath your arm, and exhale. Another storm of ceremony calmed. Another slice of history cooled to just right serving temperature. You follow Hatshepsut into the colonnade, leaving behind the statues that no longer need unveiling, their secrets shimmering in heat waves. The breeze trails you, soft and unhurried, rustling incense leaves like tiny applause, promising shade for the next challenge, whatever shape tomorrow's sun decides to wear. Gold glitters on the morning breeze, long before the Nubian envoys reach Karnak's forecourt, and you taste metal on your tongue, the way some people claim they can sense a coming storm. They stride in columns of 4, cloaks the color of midnight, sand, but bodies blinding. Every inch of a skin dusted with powdered gold, so fine it looks sprayed on by sunrise itself. One sneeze, you think, and half of Upper Egypt will sparkle for a week. You lift your ostrich feather fan, angle the airflow just so, and immediately learn Rule 1 of gold dust diplomacy. Stir gently, or risk turning dignitaries into glitter bombs. Hatshepsut waits beneath a towering papyrus bundle column, arms folded, sapphire cloak, catching early light in measured flashes. She tips her chin at you, an unspoken mandate, to keep temperatures civilized. You comply, launching a steady, tempered breeze that flutters the queen's sleeves while barely disturbing a Nubian turban. The envoy leader steps forward, palms together, then performs their region's trademark salutation, a synchronized sneeze blessing. On an unseen signal, all envoys inhale sharply, release an explosive "Ah!" and bow in perfect unison, sending gilded microflares curling across the air like comets. Joke number one zips through your mind. If angels had dandruff, it would look like this. Priests mutter, "Awe." Scribes dive for wax tablets. And even Vizier Hapusineb raises a brow. Gold pollen wasn't in the risk assessment. The queen answers with a graceful nod, unfazed by airborne bullion settling on her cloak like cosmic confetti. You sweep a soft current sideways to prevent the particles from gluing to royal coal lines. Nobody wants a glitter mustache in official reliefs. The ceremonial gift exchange begins. Nubian bearers unveil baskets of raw gold nuggets, ingots stamped with elephant motifs, and jars of powdered electrum that shimmer pale sunrise. Egypt counters with papyrus scrolls emblazoned in lapis ink, alabaster jars brimming with myrrh, and one particularly flashy resin inlay box containing the famed fish poop binder recipe. Alchemists answer to ancient superglue. Unusual fact of the day. Nubian metallurgists blend crushed ostrich eggshell into smelted gold to increase malleability. They swear the mix holds blessings from both sky and earth. Historians still debate whether this was genuine metallurgical skill or simply a folk recipe that inexplicably worked. Negotiations shift to the shade of a cedar lattice pavilion. You glide behind Hatshepsut, sculpting cooling tunnels of air that carry scents of lotus and distant quarry dust. One Nubian advisor leans in to sip beer from a monkey-headed cup and whispers a translation quip about Egypt's obsession with paperwork stamps. You add joke number two to your internal log. Bureaucrats, the same in every latitude, only the seals differ. Topics pivot quickly. Mutual defense, pacts against desert raiders, trade routes for ebony and ivory, joint river patrols. The queen speaks in measured tones, voice sharpened like a new chisel, while her guests respond with rolling cadences that feel half poetry, half weightlifting chant. Every so often, a breeze from your fan catches on their gold-powdered skin, lifting sparkles into sunshafts that dazzle palace bystanders. You calibrate stroke, strength to avoid unintentional glitter storms. Ancient first world problems. Midway, an attendant offers platters of fig-stuffed dates and melon slices. The envoys politely refuse. Melon. You learn they view melons as tidal fruit. Too much water invites crocodile spirits into one's dreams. They do, however, pounce on sesame cakes dusted with ground frankincense. You whisk crumb smoke away from parchments before it oils the ink. Nearby, Banyan the quartermaster quietly tallies gift weight, eyes shining as if each nugget already lines Karnak's treasury floor. The real sticking point arises over gold dust etiquette. Nubians request Egypt adopt their sneeze blessing at future summits to seal goodwill. Some courtiers blanch. Imagine orchestrating mass sneezes during flood season. Hatshepsut studies them, fingers tapping armrest, then glances at you. Inspiration strikes. You demonstrate a gentler, Egyptian variant, guiding a controlled breeze that puffs just enough dust to sparkle without requiring nasal theatrics. The envoy leader's eyes widen. Delight. Deal accepted. Joke number 3 flickers. Congratulations. You've invented the world's first eco-friendly sneeze. Contracts are inked. Crocks of gold weighed. And priest scribes stamp papyri with use scarab seals dipped in magma-red pigment. To seal goodwill, both parties perform the modified dust exchange. Nubians clap gold-laden hands. Egyptians raise their palms, and you spiral a feather-soft gust that mixes particles mid-air before drifting harmlessly to the mosaic floor. The moment looks like a slow-motion sunrise caught between two nations. As formality ends, a royal chef appears, carrying a dish new to Egyptian tables. Steamed lotus seeds, rolled in honey and dusted with edible gold. The Nubian leader roars, approval, and even stoic Hatshepsut cracks a grin. You fan aroma toward the crowd, and laughter bubbles when a palace cat sticks its head into the platter, emerging with sparkly whiskers. Someone jokes the feline now outranks half the scribes. Late afternoon light slants under the pavilion roof, setting every dust mote ablaze. Priests wheel in hammered copper basins of cool water scented with mint. Envoys rinse gold-coated hands, water gleaming like liquid sunrise. Before attendants carry basins off to be filtered, palace gardeners are not about to waste gilded runoff on daisies. Meanwhile, gardeners stationed by the punt saplings debate whether gold flecks could fertilize incense trees. You send a breeze to chase flying discussions away from fragile leaves. Punt trees don't need bling. They already sell fragrance, futures, sun dips, final blessings echo, promises carved in cedar tablets slide into brocade pouches, and the Nubians line up for departure. One envoy gives a tiny sneeze, perhaps genuine, perhaps ceremonial spoiler, and a last sparkle cloud rises, catching sunset like glitter in slow motion honey. You guide it skyward, so it crowns the obelisk's meteor capstone in a fleeting halo no sculptor could design. As torches flare and drums begin the farewell cadence, Hatshepsut leans toward you. Today, breeze meant bullion. You laugh softly, shoulders aching, but heart buoyant. You helped craft a treaty, not with words nor with swords, but by managing microscopic suns in the air. Night settles cool and violet. You store the fan, fingers tingling with residual gold powder. Below, sailors load ingots into sealed vaults. Above, stars prick the sky, distant nuggets of celestial metal. You breathe, scent tinged with mint and resin and something faintly metallic, and realize diplomacy can smell like a jewelry box tipped open into summer dusk. Tomorrow's dawn promises quarry, shadows, and scorpion-lit quarries. But for now, you drift toward well-earned rest, letting the memory of shimmering dust lull your thoughts, gold fading to hush, hush fading to sleep. Moonrise slides over the eastern hills like a silent silver chisel, carving silhouettes out of the desert and turning the royal quarry into a cathedral of negative space. Obelisk duty is finished, but stone fever never sleeps. And neither, apparently, do queens who want the world's biggest sphinx to wear her likeness before flood season ends. So here you are, past midnight, treading between chalk-bright boulders, while torches hiss like angry cobras, their flames wobbling in the cautious breeze you keep coaxing forward. Hatshepsut strides ahead, cloak traded for a rough-spun travel, mantle that still manages to look regal against starlight. Workers bow as she passes, bronze chisels glinting with every nod. Somewhere, a mallet cracks limestone and echoes across the pit like the world's slowest heartbeat. You lift the ostrich feather fan, still freckled with microscopic gold from yesterday's Nubian sneeze ceremony, and begin your quiet dance of air, stealing the kiln warmth from around her shoulders and flicking it toward the quarry rim where night wind can swallow it whole. At the excavation floor, two colossal sphinx paws lie half-carved, each longer than a merchant's barge. Masons swarm over them, scaling loose flakes, their shadowy forms spilling lantern glow over fresh tool marks that sparkle like frost. The paws point due east, positioned so dawn will eventually gild their toes, first and last each day. You murmur this to the queen. She nods, satisfied, and traces a fingertip along a groove as deep as your wrist is wide. Good, she whispers. Let the sun kneel before me. You're not about to argue architectural theology, so you just widen your breeze, clearing dust before the next chisel strike lands. The master sculptor approaches, wiping sweat that still forms even in night's cool grasp. He reports that the underlying sandstone is soft enough to shave, but capricious, veined with tiny pockets that may crumble under detailed work. We'll reinforce with a sheath of desert gypsum, he proposes, mixed with, you mouth the answer with him, fish poop binder. Joke number one knocks softly at the back of your mind, the legacy of a pharaoh held together by the digestive enthusiasm of Nile perch. You bite your lip, save it for the servants' lounge, while engineers sketch reinforcement diagrams on clay tablets. Torchbearers fan out to illuminate a field of limestone blocks destined for the Sphinx's body. Their flames cast monstrous shadows dancing across quarry walls, and each time your feathers intercept the fire glow, sparks whirl skyward like fireflies on parade. One junior mason, perhaps punch-drunk from night duty, starts humming a lullaby to match the flickering rhythm. Within minutes, half the crew is softly singing as they work, turning back-breaking labor into a cradle song for stone. It's about then you notice the ground glittering. At first you assume stray gold dust from yesterday, but as you shift the fan's breeze downward, the sand at your feet fluoresces a faint, ghostly blue. Lean closer, tiny desert scorpions skitter between limestone chips, their exoskeletons glowing under the star-washed night like living shards of moon. You nudge Hatshepsut's attention. She crouches, entranced, while a guard hovers anxiously. Little known fact of the night, desert scorpions emit a natural fluorescence that later scholars will explain using proteins and ultraviolet light. Though, tonight it feels like the underworld is dusting the quarry with fallen constellations. The queen plucks a small shard of translucent gypsum, holds it near one scorpion. The creature's glow intensifies, like a miniature lantern for the goddess. Serket. She rises, pockets the shard, and mutters something about inlay possibilities for temple friezes. You fan sideways, ensuring curious scorpions don't climb royal sandals. The breeze flips your own kilt hem, prompting joke number 2. Scorpion. Underpants is not the legacy you seek. Mid-inspection, Vizier Hapusaneb arrives with a slate of updated expense tallies. By torchlight, he explains the gypsum reinforcement will cost 3 extra talent bars of silver. Hatshepsut weighs the slate in silence, while somewhere in the distance a desert fox yips, perhaps voting against budget overruns. Proceed, she says at last, but balance the ledger with savings on banquet fireworks. The vizier sighs, scribbles notes, and you politely draft a cooling gust across his balding head. Consolation breeze for budget headaches. Work resumes at a quicker clip. Chisels ping, dust puffs, and hammers thunk in a steady lullaby you could almost sleep to if you weren't orchestrating airflow like an invisible conductor. Above, Orion tilts westward, belt stars shimmering exactly where the Sphinx's future gaze will meet them each winter night. Historians still debate whether Egyptian builders aligned monuments to constellations by spiritual intent or by clever geometry. Watching masons consult plumb lines against the starfield, you suspect a bit of both. Faith guiding math, math confirming faith. Around the 4th hour, a water carrier stumbles, clay jug cracking against a boulder and splashing every nearby ankle with chilly sweetness. Cries of surprise erupt, followed by laughter when everyone realizes no papyri were harmed. You cork the shared amusement with a playful cyclone of air, whisking droplets skyward so they glitter briefly before soaking into thirsty sand. Joke number 3 surfaces. Free foot bath, courtesy of night shift perks, and several workers echo your grin, spirits buoyed. By now, fatigue clings like quartz dust. You rotate the fan into slower, deeper sweeps, easing muscle tremors in your own shoulders while still shielding the queen from stray grit. She senses your weariness, steps closer, and with a swift motion unclasps the travel mantle from her shoulders, drapes it over yours. Even winds need shelter, she murmurs. Your heart stutters. The mantle is warm, heavy with the day's authority, yet scented of lotus and resin. You accept, bow, and feel a new wellspring of stamina ripple down your arms. Courtesy, it seems, of borrowed sovereignty. Work halts when Sirius peaks above the eastern rim. Dawn's herald is enough of a timekeeper for everyone here. Masons stack chisels, extinguish torches, and file toward campfires flickering beyond dune crests. The Sphinx paws lie silent but transformed, claw grooves sharper, ankle butterflied from rough block into sleek curvature. Above, the scorpions withdraw into sand burrows, their fluorescence fading like candles behind shuttered windows. You escort Hatshepsut up a ramp carved through spoil piles. She pauses at the top, glances back, and the horizon blushes pale pink, rubbing sleep from its eyes. Someday, she says, these paws will claw at the morning, and travelers will think the desert itself is waking up. You picture caravans cresting dunes, stopping in stunned silence at the stone beast rising from this very pit. and you tug the mantle tighter, knowing your feathers will one day stroke that moment into bearable shade. Queens rarely linger when schedules loom, so she motions homeward. You follow across cooling sands, fan folded, mantle trailing like a captured sunrise. Behind you, quarry fires wink out one by one until only starlight and the faint outline of nascent paws remain. A promise scratched into the earth, guarded by fluorescent scorpions and memory. As palace walls hove into view, you feel the night's dust settle inside your lungs like powdered moonstone, and you breathe it out in a long, slow exhale. The breeze catches the sigh, lifts it over the ramparts, and somewhere behind, limestone shivers as if grateful for the lull. The sun arrives with a vengeance, dripping from the sky like molten copper on this, what the scribes have already nicknamed the longest day of the longest summer. Even before breakfast, the palace courtyards quiver under heat haze mirages, and you can practically hear the sandstone groan, begging for shade the way a sailor begs for fresh water halfway to Punt. You glide through colonnades with a new, gentler lotus-woven fan, your old ostrich feathers retired to spare their weary quills, and begin coaxing pockets of tolerable air toward Hatshepsut's private chambers. Inside, the throne room feels like a sealed amphora of kiln exhaust. The queen reclines on a low cedar couch, layered in translucent linen that clings to her skin like dew that forgot to evaporate. A cough, dry, persistent, shudders through her chest, sending a faint tremor across the pectoral jewel resting at her collarbone. You lift the lotus fan in a whisper-soft rhythm, half the pressure of your usual sweep, yet just enough to steer the thick air away. The petals' broad surfaces feathering out cool currents scented faintly of the Nile at dawn. Physicians hover nearby, armed with scrolls, reeds, and enough experimental brews to stock a small apothecary. The lead doctor raises a clay cup of murky green liquid, lettuce seed tonic majesty. He croons, voice hushed as if speaking louder might crack porcelain skin. Joke number 1 murmurs in your head. Salad you can drink, perfect for monarchs too tired to chew. The queen sips, grimaces, understandable, given that the tonic smells equal parts freshly mowed field and yesterday's river mud. Across the mosaic floor, priests lay bronze trays piled with shaved wax tablets, temperature charts of the Nile's annual rise. They mutter that heat, this fierce, usually visits 2 moons later, blaming everything from an irritable Ra to rogue desert spirits sneaking bonfires onto the horizon. You drift nearer, fanning a delicate cross breeze so their beeswax notes don't turn to puddles. Historians still debate whether Egypt's late 18th dynasty summers truly scorched hotter than previous eras, or if meticulous record-keeping simply made each degree feel more accusatory. Tonight's courtyard gossip will lean hard on option 2. A courtier bustles in with a basket of pomegranate ice shards, rare luxury hauled from distant mountain caves, wrapped in sawdust and prayer. By the time he reaches the couch, only pink slush remains. Hatshepsut waves it away. You redirect the courier toward thirsty scribes who slurp the treat before it morphs into lukewarm juice. Joke number 2 flutters past, mountain snow, gone faster than vizier excuses. Outside, the obelisk's meteoric capstone reflects the midday inferno straight through high windows, turning stray sunbeams into spears of light that jab at tapestry colors. You angle your lotus fan to intercept one vicious shaft, bouncing it harmlessly onto a dull patch of floor tiles. The act earns raised brows from an architect who later sidles up to ask whether controlled fan beams could be incorporated into upcoming temple designs. You promise nothing. Today's goal is survival, not stone lasers, but file the idea under architectural mischief. An hour crawls by. The queen's cough worsens, ragged edges scraping her throat raw. Physicians smear her pulse points with aloe myrrh balm, then debate dosage of crushed carob bark, an old remedy for breathless nights. One junior healer suggests donkey milk steam. Another pushes a poultice of pulverized fig seeds. You simply lighten your wrist, crafting tiny spirals of cooler air that dance across her brow, coaxing fever-damp strands of hair to lift, dry, and settle again. Little-known fact of the day: Egyptian medics measured fever by pressing onions to a patient's armpit overnight. If the bulb didn't reek by dawn, infection was severe. Thankfully, no onions appear. Yet, suddenly, a gaggle of palace cats darts through the doorway, chasing a single golden beetle that glitters like lost treasure, skittering over polished floors. They pounce, miss, somersault across silk cushions, then freeze under your fan's downdraft, mesmerized by the gentle petal spin above them. In the hush, one cat sneezes, tiny, polite, and sparks of gold dust. Yes, yesterday's diplomatic fallout, puff from its whiskers, floating up like wishing, sparks onto the queen's cheeks. She almost laughs, only to dissolve into another coughing fit. You shepherd the cats away, offering a breezy escort back to the corridor. Joke number 3 embeds itself. Court felines, part-time comedians, full-time bio-glitter dispensers. Afternoon seeps in, crushing hopes of respite. You swap arms, muscles trembling from slow, controlled strokes, hotter than quarry shifts. Hatshepsut signals you closer, murmuring, voice a raspy reed. Walk with me. With physician escorts fretting, she rises. Together, you navigate shaded porticos toward the punt grove, the queen's sandals whispering against sandstone. The incense saplings, now months in Egyptian soil, exude a peppery freshness that cuts through furnace air like mint through heavy wine. She pauses, inhales shallowly, and you spin the lotus fan in tight, crisp pulses, carrying the cool resin aroma into her lungs. Her shoulders soften, the cough eases. She gestures to a sapling. Its leaves hold a single glimmer of morning dew, protected by your relentless breezes. Even in this heat, she whispers, you guard their breath. You bow, words feel clumsy, so you let the fan answer. One sweeping circle around sapling and queen alike, binding plant and monarch in a loop of gentle air. Overhead, doves coo, feathers ruffling in the borrowed draft. From across the courtyard, trumpets announce arrival of foreign messengers, Canaanite envoys this time, bringing lapis beads and rumors of Hittite skirmishes. Plans must be drafted, treaties balanced, But the queen sways, hand to brow. You cut the breeze entirely for 3 beats, just enough to feel the furnace she endures. Then restore it, cooler now, stealing shade from every corridor corner. She steadies, nods, and presses onward to the audience hall. Lotus fan and you slipping into position like familiar punctuation. Later, under the towering pillars, still warm from sunrise, she receives the diplomats. Her voice, though husky, holds firm. She pronounces grain quotas and trade concessions with calm deliberation. You create a curtain of air that ferries her words across the hall while ushering oppressive heat up toward clear story vents. Even the Canaanites, unused to Egyptian summers, seem grateful, glancing at your woven petals with barely concealed awe. One delegate will later pen a tablet praising the silent servant who tames the lion breath of Ra. A flourish scholars of future ages will puzzle over. Twilight finally romps in, spilling lilac light through hypostyle gaps. Physicians re-administer lettuce tonic laced with a new ingredient, powdered charcoal, believed to draw fever like magnet pulls iron. You note its ink smell and quietly waft the odor away so supper bread doesn't taste smoky. Hatshepsut manages a thin smile, thanks you, then dismisses the court. Servants guide her to cool alabaster baths, leaving you beside a colonnade column, arm limp, lotus fan drooping like a tired blossom. You lean back against the stone, mind buzzing with temperature gradients, gold dust sneeze math, and the echo of each cough. Historians will one day argue whether Hatshepsut's final illness stemmed from bone cancer, diabetes, or mere exhaustion masked by desert fevers. You'll remember only the weight of late summer heat and the fragile insistence of breath beneath your gentle breeze. A soft night wind stirs. You close the lotus fan, binding it with its own silk ribbon. For a moment, you simply breathe, air no longer yours to tame, and notice the way the stillness hums like a distant lyre string, vibrating between cliff, temple, and the living trees that still survive beside their stone doppelgangers. You give the wind its space, then turn toward quarters, palm aching, shoulders liquid, but soul strangely light. For another sweltering day, you've kept history's lungs open, and tomorrow, should the cough deepen or the sun climb higher, you'll be ready to lift the breeze again. One patient petal stroke at a time, soft torch smoke coils through the palace's funerary wing, tasting vaguely of cedar and one final layer of secrecy. You pad down a corridor whose walls feel smaller than you remember, as if the queen's cough had swallowed half the air between the sandstone blocks. Tonight you're on quiet breeze duty, an assignment so delicate that even your new lotus-woven fan feels loud in your fingers. One wrong flutter might scatter natron dust all over the linen-wrapped queen, freezing the mortuary crews. Progress more effectively than any curse. Inside the embalming chamber, the temperature hovers somewhere between oven and cellar. Braziers roar beside vats of cooling unguent, while alabaster jars sit in cold alcoves to preserve precious myrrh. You glide to the foot of the stone table, where Hatshepsut lies, swaddled in linen shinier than moonlight on the Nile. A bandage gleams with powdered gold, forming an unbroken ribbon down her sternum, tribute from those glitter-sneezing Nubian envoys. Joke number 1 bubbles up. Even at the end, the queen manages a red carpet look. You smother the thought behind silent fan strokes, coaxing smoky heat away so resin can set properly. Priest embalmers move with choreographed precision. One adjusts a copper hook that drains cedar oil from the torso. Another seals nostrils with molten frankincense. They speak in murmurs about organ canopic jars, heart within, brain without. Sitting beside the ebony sarcophagus lid, you spot miniature reed boats, arrayed like a toy regatta. Each bears a carved duck wearing a crown. Yes, the same duck hieroglyph you once saved from fish poop binder calamity. Unusual fact of the night, Egyptians believed these pilot ducks guided the Ka through traffic on the celestial canals. Historians still debate whether the practice began under Thutmose I, or if Hatshepsut's artisans simply doubled down on royal poultry symbolism. Either way, you're grateful you don't have to fan that K while it commutes. A scribe records every step on papyrus that shines ghost white under torchlight. You angle the breeze so hot, wax won't blister the fresh ink. The scribe nods, eyes red from lack of sleep. Beneath his tablet lies a second scroll, unsigned but unmistakable. Thutmose III's decree, scheduling tomorrow's dawn vigil. The letters slash like sword strokes. You recall the prince's shoulder twitch tells and wonder whether he edits manuscripts with the same aggression he uses on wooden dummies. The high priest calls for silence. Ironic, because nobody's spoken above a whisper since you arrived. He lifts a crystal vial of rare cedar resin meant for sealing the heart cavity, and you instantly furl the fan halfway, minimizing airflow so the drop doesn't freeze mid-pour. As resin meets flesh, a faint hiss rises, like sighing papyrus, followed by a whiff of warm forest. Joke number 2 flits through your head, even entombed. The queen invoiced the smell of distant trees. You let the laugh remain private. Embalmers now weave bands soaked in natron slurry. Each wrap squeaks against the last, and your arms ache from maintaining that nearly invisible breeze. Light enough to clear resin fumes, strong enough to keep sweat off the linen. Mid-wrap, a jar of honey slips from an apprentice's grasp. It lands with a muffled splat beside the reed boats, oozing amber across the alabaster floor. You drop to your knees, fan pivoted horizontally, and whisk stray droplets into a safe puddle before they slick the duck flotilla. The apprentice's sigh carries more gratitude than all the official thank yous etched in temple stone. Joke number 3 lands quietly in your thoughts. On your resume, professional honey wrangler, 1325 BCE. In the corner, 2 embalmers argue about amulet placement. One favors the customary throat. The other insists the queen's cough warrants a protective scarab over the lungs. You glide near, breeze stalling mid-stroke, listening. Finally, they compromise. 2 scarabs, one on the chest, one at the throat, in case Sekhmet wants a 2-for-1 special. You resume fanning at full length, folding their decision into tonight's tapestry of tiny mercies. Hours pass. Linen cocoons the queen from crown to heel. Resin cools into amber seams. Reed boats line the sarcophagus's inner ledge, awaiting celestial traffic. Just before dawn, The high priest presses a final seal of beeswax and crushed lapis over the heart. Scarab, he lifts his palms. Finished. In the hush that follows, you drop the fan to your side, arm trembling but steady. An embalmer extinguishes the last brazier. Shadows cascade into the chamber, settling like nightfall inside night. As torches flicker out, you escort the sarcophagus team through a side corridor toward the torchlit burial chamber. Every step echoes back, muffled by acres of sand overhead. You catch yourself whispering a promise. Cool breezes, always, to linen that can no longer hear. For a heartbeat, you're back at the punt saplings, at the Nubian sparkle clouds, at the quarry, scorpions glowing like fallen stars. Each memory is a breeze you once lifted, a breath she borrowed. You reach the threshold where vigil guards will soon take over. One last fan sweep sends the cedar myrrh aroma drifting ahead into the tomb. Like incense paving a road no living foot will travel again. A guard salutes. You hand him a pouch of lotus petals. You prepared them earlier because even corridors of silence deserve small, fragrant rebellions. Then you climb the sloping passage, out into the paling starlight, shoulders liquid, palms sticky with lapis wax residue. Behind you, stone doors begin to grind shut. Ahead, pre-dawn wind grazes your cheeks. The first breeze tonight, not of your own making. You open the lotus fan half-mast, letting it rest against the current instead of commanding it. For once, the air works without you, and in that borrowed hush, you understand. Tomorrow's dawn will unveil chisels aimed not at monuments, but at a legacy itself. The breeze you raise next may need to guard absence rather than presence. So be it. You steady your pulse, fold the fan against your chest, and walk back toward the awakening city, where shadows of erased names already flicker at the edges of sunrise. Night folds around Karnak like a torn cloak, seams fluttering where chisel strokes pick at the mortar of memory. You lean against a half-shadowed pylon, lotus fan hung useless at your hip, watching crews of stonecutters chip away the last cartouches that once proclaimed Matkare, beloved of Amun. No torches blaze to mark this labor. The only light is a half-moon that washes the quarry-pink pylons in ghost milk. Perfect for work, no one is supposed to remember. The order came from Thutmose III himself. Now, full pharaoh, shoulders squared beneath the double crown, ambitions honed sharper than any chisel edge. Dust purls off the hieroglyphs in slow gray tails, smelling faintly of fish poop binder, baked hard beneath decades of desert sun. A cutter complains that beetle crimson paint stains his wrists permanent vermilion. Someone replies, half joking, that red wrists go well with guilty consciences. Joke number 1 floats off on the hot breeze you do not summon. Tonight, you are only a spectator. You shift closer and glimpse a duck hieroglyph, half sheared, its jaunty crown already shaved to a stump. That duck once launched the punt flotilla. Now it is ground to sandstone grit. Kaksu, Kiavankon, Tranluan Veviek, Nunglen Shoaten, Naibat, Jao Chin Sak, Vau Nam Nao. You think, letting the Vietnamese cadence echo inside your skull, though you speak nothing aloud. Maybe the first strike came the day Hatshepsut died. Maybe it waited until the Prince King's third victorious campaign. No record left will agree, and that disagreement itself will become one more chisel mark for future scholars to inspect. The overseer signals a water break. Men gulp barley beer, foam glimmering silver, one sighs that the gods must love bureaucrats. Even obliteration requires triplicate forms. Joke number 2 lands with tired laughter and a chorus of shuffling tablets. You remember Nubian gold dust, sneezes, lettuce tonics, and scorpion-lit quarries, and wonder which details will stick to history's ribs once your queen's name is scraped clean. A young apprentice tugs your sleeve. "Fan master," he whispers. "How did she bear the heat?" You lift the lotus fronds. Run a single gentle stroke that stirs the powdery residue into a fragile swirl. "Like this," you answer, wrist finding its old rhythm. The breeze drifts over shattered hieroglyphs, lifting a speck that glints, a flake of meteoric iron shed from the obelisk's cap. When workmen sanded a replacement inscription, unusual fact slips free. Iron from the heavens still bleeds starshine even when ground to dust. The boy's eyes widen. Somewhere in him, a legend tingles to life. Work resumes. Stone chips rain. A mason stops to rub his elbow and mutters that every erased name is one less anchor keeping the walls from wandering into myth. You want to tell him, no wall escapes myth, chisel or not, but your throat closes, feels raw, as if sharing your queen's last cough. Instead, you offer a swirl of cooler air, and his shoulders unknot. Joke number 3 tiptoes in. Even legends need ventilation. He grins without looking up, keeps carving. Hours slide. The moon saunters west, tracing a pale track across the obelisk tip. The last of Hatshepsut's cartouches crumbles into a silent heap. The overseer nods. Scribes pack tablets. Cutters wipe stone dust from beards streaked white and pink like quarry sandstone. They march out 2 by 2, boots scuffing over petals left from long-dead opet festivals. Petals you once helped scatter with fresher, stronger arms. You linger. The wall is raw now, its surface pocked like unhealed skin. One patch of quartzite still gleams where beetle crimson clings in a stubborn crescent. You lift the fan and stroke a final gust. Crimson flecks ascend, twirling in pale light like embers of a fire no one will admit existed. For a heartbeat, they hang between earth and sky, then vanish into the hush. The courtyard empties, only cicadas drone, their song a rasping lullaby for wounded stone. You press a palm to the smooth patch, feel warmth ebbing. Memories flood back. The quarry dawn, when carved paws shimmered. The scent of punt saplings. The queen handing you her mantle so the breeze could rest. They are yours alone now, tucked behind the hush you'll carry until your own quay boards its duck-headed skiff. Turning away, you close the fan with a gentle click, then slide it through your belt, heavier than ever, though it bears no gold, no resin, only dust. You walk the silent avenue of sphinxes, statues still sporting the queen's face, though you know fresh orders will soon give them granite surgery. At the river landing, dawn glimmers pewter. A lotus bud unopened tilts on dark water. You lean low, breathe one last soft swirl across its petals. They quiver, Unfold, catch the newborn light. Proof that some beginnings ignore chisels and decrees alike. You smile, shoulders easing. History can erase a name, but wind remembers the breath. The chisels are gone now, and so are the torches. All that remains is the hush of early morning, soft as silt settling at the river's edge. Your steps slow, your eyelids follow, dropping like curtains across the memory-bright stage. Let the stone rest. Let the arguments fade. Take in one last breath of cool lotus-scented air. Feel it drift down your spine, loosening every knot. Imagine the fan's gentle rhythm folding around your thoughts. Slower, softer, barely more than a whisper. Each feathered beat smooths the rough edges of the day, brushes dusk across the din, strokes quiet over quarrel. The court, the quarries, the saplings, the ships, they all recede into warm, diffused haze. Even the sun grows shy, dimming its glare to a muted glow behind half-drawn curtains. You are safe, floating downstream on a bark of reed and dream. Duck guides at the helm, starlight freckling the wake. The air cools, the water hushes, and the breeze cocoons you like linen over cedar oil. Light, protective, sweet, drift deeper. Let the oars fall silent. Let the wind do the rowing. Exhale once more, slow and long, and slip beneath the sands of sleep, where no chisel reaches, where every name is remembered as a sigh on the wind.